Lol. Got them banned. They deleted their own moderated message. Oh. That's funny. Mocked, literally. Okay, they're starting. All right. Game 1. We are going to blue deck and a stake. Blue deck, red stake is what it is. So, obviously, Bean with the first choice here. I believe this is Bean's choice. We're going blue-red, dodging the blue-blue. One of Bear's favorites. Turn the music down a little bit. And we're getting into it. So blue deck, you have one extra hand, which results in $1 extra of payout from ending your turn. Now this is a crazy first shot. You have Faceless for money, which could help you afford the voucher if you're able to get 1, maybe 2 procs of it in the next blind. Spectra pack you gotta open. It's an Ecto. Talisman could also help. Maybe throw that. I mean, if you throw that on a king, then you're not able to play it if you want to discard with Faceless. So it gets kind of tricky. And he's going to throw it on an ace, which is a smart move. Throwing it on an ace means you can play it with any high card. You know, if you throw that on like a 10 or something like that, then you have queens, aces in your hand. You're not able to play that with a high card. Now you are. Negative Faceless. That would be crazy play on red stake. Zaino's going to look at the same shot. Both players really need to get overstock here. Bean looks like he's trying to kind of play for the Faceless value, but you don't want to lose a life here. We are only on red stake. And my MLB semifinals time. Loving the comms so far. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Hello. We're on blue deck, red stake, huh?
Yes. I believe this is Bean's choice.
I see. And the Faceless start with the overstock, that's kind of hype because you have to be careful immediately.
Yeah, it's tricky because you want that overstock. You need to discard your face cards, but discarding 3 cards that could help you get out of the blind can get tricky. So you've been here with 2 hands left, 100 points so far. Uh-oh. Did my internet just go?
I'm still hearing you.
Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. Anyway, sorry about that.
Looks like Bean got out with 2 Faceless. That's really good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
These are some strong starts here. And Zaino got 1 less proc of Faceless. Yeah. So he's not able to afford the Hanging Chad and the overstock.
That's brutal.
Uh-oh. And I mean, Bean can buy everything in the shop. I mean, he might want to look at the pack. Oh, it's Baron. It's a high card seed. Game 1, it's gotta be, right?
Right off the bat?
Right? Surely we sell the re-trigger here so that we can go into the correct line of high card.
Yeah.
Probably not, but...
Yeah. I mean... Chad, I'm not like the most worried about missing Chad because it tends to come back, but they have a gold seal already, don't they?
Yes, they both have a gold seal.
So that is going to be a huge difference. Do you even just... Can Zaino sell Faceless and afford this? I don't think so, right?
Faceless, I think, sells for 2.
That is brutal.
Yes. So I don't think it sells, or does it sell for 3? I'm not certain. I don't think it sells for 3.
And if it did, might just switch these out here with the gold seal.
Exactly.
Is that crazy?
I don't think that's crazy because 2 Faceless procs is not the easiest thing in the world, right? And you need 6 face cards to do that. If you draw your gold seal, that's $9. So you're $1 off of 2 Faceless procs just for finding your card. You might not be able to find it every round, but you might not be able to make Faceless value every round. I think we see Bean right here in this blind. You know, only 2 face cards in hand. That 1 hand size doing a lot. The Chad with the chips definitely helps, and that is a nice draw. And there's that gold seal. So Bean gets the best of both worlds here, able to discard a lot for Faceless and play this gold seal for $9. And Zaino just picked up overstock. Didn't have enough for the Hanging Chad and didn't want to give up the econ of the Faceless. Already used a lot of his discards, playing some face cards here. Nervous about getting out of the blind. Without the Hanging Chad to re-trigger those chips, it gets a little bit scary. And right here, Zaino, what I was saying before, put the gold seal on a 10. He's lucky he drew another one, because if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to play that with the ace in hand. Does Bean lose a life here? I don't know. Uh-oh. Zaino gets out.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Zaino is at risk of missing a draw there and losing a life.
Mm-hmm. Bean might have just done it himself.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Ooh, familiar or aura? 2 glass cards from the familiar. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, you probably play this a little different with the Chad, because it's like a little extra chips, but I guess the math just didn't work out.
So Bean here, able to buy the Overstock, the Chad, and hold on to the Faceless. Zaino just buying the Overstock, but not losing a life. What do you value more here?
I think I still want to be in Bean's position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially
the money gap is just going to grow and grow until something equalizes this somehow.
Yeah, exactly. And now Bean can take the aura with the hack if he wants. We know that the familiar gives 2 glass cards. He's going to put it on a 4. A lot of hits are good. Oh, it's polychrome.
Oh.
Oh, that's good.
What a hype start to the game.
Yeah. That's, I mean, with the hack, with the Hanging Chad, with the walkie-talkie, that is going to be a strong card. I would expect right now, unless we see anything else, Bean to build into that for as much as he can.
We got to see if Zaino even uses that.
Mm-hmm. Zaino used the familiar in the pack.
Oh, sorry, he's a chop ahead, right?
Yes. Yeah, he used
wow.
Used the familiar.
Huge differences already.
Yeah. The familiar did give 2 glass cards. See the Queen and Jack of Clubs in his deck there. But a polychrome card is a big deal. I feel like a lot of times in the MLBA, the emphasis gets put on face cards because of the photograph. But without that, you know, a polychrome card, we can still turn that glass with the hack and the Hanging Chad. Like, that's still a really good card. It doesn't really matter that it's not a face card right now.
Yeah, I think when you have hack already, you just accept it. The low cards are good now.
Yeah.
It's Bean was thinking about putting it on a Jack though, still, which surprised me.
I mean, I think face cards might have better long term because eventually you might find a photograph, and that is just going to be a lot of X-Malt.
You do already have so many ways to make money. You probably think you're getting deep in all the shops.
Bean going to pick up the 8-ball Zaino as well, of course.
Well, the 8-ball brings Zaino back into the game.
Ooh. Might.
Really only through vibes.
He just needs the mental of having the 8-ball.
Yeah, that might be the sort of mindset shift he needs. So much worse for him without the Chad. I mean, the Chad is just... What doesn't it synergize with?
Yeah, it's so easy to play around and work around. Ooh. And, I mean, Zaino, the 8-ball, gave him a strength there. Bean's going to be able to get so many more triggers, not only because of the Chad, but also, you know, I guess pretty much only because of the Chad. Being able to re-trigger the walkie-talkie effect makes it really easy for him to get out of these blinds without worrying. He can basically full greed while Zaino kind of has to play for these 4s. Oh, when the Chad comes back. It comes back for Zaino. I mean, everybody says it's a common, right? It should come back around, and this time it does right away.
That's what you hope for.
Yeah.
This is definitely the first step back into the game.
Yeah, and honestly, he might even be able to take a life in the first PvP with this, because he has those 2 glass face cards. If he's able to find a good hand for those, being able to re-trigger that glass, you know, maybe a flush house, could be really strong. Might be able to beat the 1 polychrome card from Bean.
Yes, it would be great to suddenly be up 2 lives.
Yeah.
Even though he looks so behind on the start of this game.
Yeah, that's definitely a big shift in the game's momentum. Losing 1 life to PvP and 1 life to a blind sets you back. Now Zaino gets a glass card on a 5 as well. Do you have any consideration for the blackboard or the seance in this shop? I know Bean was looking at him a little bit. Zaino's kind of doing the same.
Blackboard definitely would tempt me.
Mm-hmm.
Although, probably tricky to use here.
Yeah. This is true. And Zaino sold the walkie-talkie. Might be wanting to pick up one of those jokers we were just talking about in the shop, but I feel like it gets a little bit scary here. Walkie-talkie is all of our chips and malt for scoring. Now we're going to have to rely on the base value from the hands. Or maybe glass. Oh, he's gonna go outside and take a think on this one.
Wow.
It's a big decision here. Death or temperance?
Yeah, he's really feeling the weight of these decisions just very early in the first game here.
I feel like right now Bean has a very clear game plan, which helps any player. He's got that Polychrome 4, we have the hack, he has a strength, you know, a lot of suit changers. Like, he's just trying to get all of these 4s online at death here. Doesn't draw it, unfortunately. But he's glassing 4s. It definitely helps. I mean, even a player that might not be as skilled as another can win if they are going all in on one strategy better than the other player. Like, if Bean commits to 4s right now and goes all in, that could beat Zaino. If Zaino is kind of half in hackable cards and half in face cards with that glass, gets kind of tricky.
Wow, Zaino's still thinking about this. I guess temperance versus death here?
Yeah. Potentially, but there's not much to death in this pack. I mean, no 8. No glass.
Yeah, I wonder what the thought process is. Maybe he's just thinking about the jokers more.
Mm-hmm.
Does take the seance.
Yeah, over the blackboard too. I mean, 1 spectral card could be all you need. A red seal on one of those glass puts you in a great spot.
The aura eventually, it will hit still polychrome, won't it?
This is true. Yeah, that is a game-long queue. And Zaino looking at his glass 5 and glass face cards. A suit changer in the shop is really good for the seance. But the trading card could be really good for the long-term play. Already up a life on Bean because he lost a life to that small blind.
Definitely hard to pass the trading card here.
Mm-hmm. And it's foil. It's 50 chips. All right, he passes it.
Yeah,
takes a suit
he does
changer.
it, though.
Let's see.
Hello, hello.
Not even a high from Zaino.
Taking a
He's
minute in
locked
that
in.
shop there. Were you really locked in this game, huh?
Yeah, for real.
I'm trying my best.
Yeah, so did I, and then the blind game.
Yeah.
Zaino is so
that
locked
was
in.
kind of rude.
But good thing there was 3 hermits afterwards, so it snowballed to Mekon.
Yeah, surely there's just 3 hermits every time.
Zaino said after the last game, I'm not going to listen to a word Bean says after watching the leguming in the first round of Bean's last match.
I think that's a good strategy.
Mm-hmm. We go flush with the 8. No 8-ball value. And Bean used his strength not on the 3s for more 4s, but instead on a 10 to get another face card. Which I think is a perfectly fine idea. You know, more strengths don't help us out a ton. We really need deaths to get more polychrome cards.
You're gonna miss on the seance here.
Yeah, and the
And
glass.
so far, not drawing the glass cards
I'm a
either.
little mad at you right now, just a little bit.
Me?
You specifically.
I don't know what I did. Is it because I'm in the
It's
call
what
that
you-
we're
it's what
bottom
you're-
decking?
It's what you're not doing, really.
Okay.
Did Zaino have a straight flush? With the star. Uh-oh. Surely we'll draw it again right here. Bang. Oh.
That's I'm. Look, sometimes I don't believe in God, and then sometimes I believe there is a God because I don't know how else I'm being tested like this. But this is fine. This is fine. We can still win this one.
You just don't got your draws like I do.
Uh-oh. Zaino, I mean, we talked about the 8-ball
Alright,
being a good
well,
reset.
At least that evens out the lives for me.
Not when it misses.
Yeah, that's kind of incredible. Talk to you soon.
Good luck.
Kind of incredible, he says. Oof, that's tough. Being very happy to win that one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, bottom decking like that on our first PvP of the day, it's dangerous. You do not want to tilt off that immediately.
Mm-mm. And I mean, if Zaino was going to lose that life, you know, he could have full greeted for the spectral card and wasn't able to. So it's even tougher. And now we see an idol in the shop. Idol, I mean, we see that a lot with face cards, but it doesn't have to be face cards. It can also be 4s with this hack.
And trading card with it too, and
Yeah.
hallucination. A lot of tools here to use the idol.
Ooh. Very much so. But selling this walkie-talkie means relying on the base value from your hands. Polychrome helps, but not a ton. Ooh, Fool is big with a death in the pack. Zaino sees the idol trading card hallucination as well. Okay. Bean deaths a diamond 4 with the star up top and another death from the Fool. It's going to help him set up. Zaino's going to pass on both of those jokers, go into the next shop here. Or
Wow.
next blind, excuse me. I mean, it's red stake. It's not blue stake, so we do have that extra discard. A lot of what you hear about trading card is tough because of the higher stakes. But it doesn't make it that much harder to dig through our deck, especially with one more hand from blue deck. Looks like Bean is going to pass on the trading card as well. Doesn't want to sell out of Faceless. It is the only econ we've seen outside of a reserved parking when our Joker slots were too full. And Zaino here draws the straight flush.
Interesting choices on those jokers there.
Yeah.
Yes, the seance is so important here to make up this deficit. It's probably like one of his only ways to get something Bean's not gonna see.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
That's a nice 8-ball.
Yeah, it is. Strengthing 1, 7 to an 8. Can't do both because you need that straight flush.
I'm sure he desperately wishing he could do both.
Yeah. Hermit is nice as well, but you don't really want to use it now because you only have $5. But if you let it sit in your slot, then it could block an 8-ball proc. It's kind of tough. And Bean just wins with that 8-ball. Doesn't get to see the Hermit yet. And there's the rebate. Oh. Now, what do you think about a Ouija on... Oh, Zaino doesn't. All right.
Yeah.
So with the idol, I mean, it's not
That
the
was
worst.
an instant. I wouldn't mind holding it for a tiny bit, just in case you see like a bean in one reroll, because then you really got to think about it.
Yeah. I mean, even it could also just be a block, right? We have the crystal ball. There's 3 tarot slots. We could hold on to it if we wanted to try to get another seance level, but obviously with the mail-in rebate in the shop, that's going to be Zaino's priority.
True. I'm sure with the Chad 8-ball, he doesn't want to hold anything in the consumables.
Yeah, that's a great point. A lot of suit changers. Another star and sun up top for Zaino. And suit changers help out on any card if you're able to get most of your deck to one suit. If your idol hits that suit, you know, any sort of strength, flush house, makes it a lot easier to pull those off. Yeah, Zaino is ahead in the tarot queue right now, but Bean is catching up. Both players somehow finding their way to the exact same Joker setup.
Yeah, eventually we did get there.
Yeah. Maybe not the most surprising, but still a little bit interesting, given that they didn't get there the same exact way.
So, do you see any players skipping here on a good idol hit? Because there's just so much value to get every round here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking probably not.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a little bit tougher. I think how this next PvP goes will play into it a lot. I think if either player is able to get a read on the deck fixing of the opponent, you know, if they're able to figure out if they're ahead or behind, makes that decision a little bit different. You know, if Bean thinks he's ahead and he's up on these polychrome 4s and it hits one of those, I could definitely see him skipping for a life. Maybe not both blinds, but maybe just the big blind. But it does get risky because then you miss some stuff in the shop that your opponent might beat you with.
Yeah, for sure. And just the 8-ball rebate value every round. Zaino's got like 5 of diamonds set up as a really good hit though right now.
He does a lot of glass too. And Bean just relying on that polychrome card to get him out. Does it get him out here? A full house?
Zaino probably needs to use this star to get out of here.
Yeah. I mean, the idol is on Queen of Diamonds. So just having one of those could help, 2 with the strength. Does he need to play the full house?
Really doesn't want to, understandably.
Yeah. Don't want to risk that glass.
This is a moment where you can still just do the math in your head, I think.
Mm-hmm. If there's one thing Balatro players are good at, it's 2x. And there we go. Bean has to copy the polychrome card, but is able to make it out of the blinds and hits 4 of spades. Zaino does the math as well, is able to make it out and gets 6 of hearts. Not the greatest hit for him.
Much worse.
If Bean can find any sort of suit changer
Even
here.
with a justice.
Ooh, and a purple 4 of spades in this pack. It's lucky as well. That's
Wow.
crazy.
That is wild.
Exactly the rank Bean is building into, and the exact suit that his idol hit in that pack. And a world in the Arcana pack. Wow. I mean, Bean should definitely open these packs, and if he does, he's going to be pretty happy with what he sees. Hopefully he notices that that card is his idol hit. Midas Mask is interesting. It can help you with some later econ, but it does slow you down for this PvP. Bean's going to pass on it. Zaino considering. Ooh, a strength could be interesting. 3 of spades in the deck. No 3s, but does find the world. So that helps out. He has 4 of spades right now. And if he opens the standard pack and picks up the 4 of spades in there, he'll have a flush 5 online. There it is. That gets about a 10% lean back from Bean, which is pretty strong. That's how you know he likes what he sees.
Metric.
Yeah.
They're getting so many tarot cards to work with idol that the idol hits just matter so much.
Yeah. Being able to
So,
work
you know,
with
being up that little bit of glass, like he could have taken one earlier, but now it feels like there's no advantage anymore.
Yeah, I mean, with the idle hit, it's tough. Without that, if both players idle hit 6 of hearts, I think Zaino could take this one, being up 5-1 on glass. And Zaino taking a think outside again.
Two stand up from chairs in the first 3 Annies is a worrying amount.
You know he's taking it seriously.
This is not a sustainable trend.
Yes, we talk about how playing 5 games has a mental impact on the players, you know, going into game 5. But like losing game 1, like I feel like that could really snowball momentum in this type of game. So we'll see how it goes. Zaino really thinking here about this Midas Mask. Like we said, it is good. You know, it could be good long-term econ, always having a couple gold cards in hand at the end of your turn. But you'd have to give up either 8-ball, which is a lot of your terror generation with the Chad. Can't give up rebate, that's just too much money. And then any hack or idle, obviously not. Sell would really set you back. And he's going to pass on it. Strength here is interesting. I mean, it could help you build into more 6 of hearts, but I think he'll probably try to look for a read because it's not worth it if your opponent's going to win this one anyway, as Bean probably should.
All right. Hello.
Welcome back. That was uneventful ante. There's so much to do.
Yeah, there is. I think you get major punished if you roll at all small blind, which kind of was like the opposite of yesterday, where small blind, like. Anyway.
Right, because you can't pass on that guy.
You can't pass on. You can't. I mean, there's a lot. This seed has been. I'm sure people like already see YouTube comments being like they're playing so slow, and it's like there's. I don't know. I think you would have to.
I appreciate
have
you
a
also taking your time. I want to have a good bout.
But you also need a quantum computer to figure out what was the right decision on a lot of these.
Yeah, we gotta run all the possible realities.
I'd imagine there's a lot of realities where they end up in the exact same Joker lineup as they do here.
Are there any realities where Zaino skipped 8-ball?
Out of like 14 million possible combinations, I'd say no. with the Chad? No way. Maybe one.
Hmm.
Boy, they are very locked in here.
Are we out of
Yeah.
bottom decks?
No. I mean, never for me, so.
Bean's got 3 4 of spades.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Wondering if he should get rid of the polychrome 4 to dig more. And Zaino using that strength to get an extra 6 of hearts. Thinks he still might be able to take this one, but Bean, even with this like 3 of a kind here, probably just wins. Flush here.
Maybe I needed the supercomputer. I don't think I
He's not drawing those
very
4 of
happy with the
spades.
decision I made.
Zaino's not drawing the 6 of hearts. Bean's wondering if he should use his last discard or save it. Might be able to discard the purple seal if he draws his other 4 of spades. Or is able to get turn order.
Zaino with a decent looking hand here, so I'm sure he'll play this if he has to go first.
That'll give Bean a lot of information. Stone card there helping out a ton.
I mean, they say turn order is important, and I know we stress about it in the commentary booth.
I was just saying that.
I'm never gonna talk about it again, especially with these draws. I'll be like, how can you think about turn order?
My bad.
I played a stone card to get it there.
Nice. I discarded my stone card because of the way the draws came, that it made more sense. Yeah, that's valid. I mean, I highly doubt it changes what I play here. It doesn't really matter.
12k is nice. Not able to get a flush house, so it's a little bit worse. But now Bean knows he could probably take this with just a
guess
3
so.
of a kind.
Yeah, no, save the glass, use the purple seal probably.
Yeah. Oh, a strength for that 3 just in case. Well, and of course we'll see a death here. Okay.
Yeah,
mean,
getting a
that's-
ton out of that turn order.
This will
Yeah.
probably make you feel better.
Bean.
Like what? Oh, it just always hits. No way. No fucking way.
You should skip.
I mean, I'm just gonna give you the info because I need to crash out a tiny bit and just say it hit a 1/1 in my deck again. So that's cool.
That is cool.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Oh, Zaino, he's got a reset here.
Oh,
There's a lot
boy.
of game left to be played.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I know.
Pizza
It's
Blunt
too early to be
420
crashing out.
for the prime. Thank you very much.
That
That's very
is-
nice.
I mean, definitely he's had his share of bad luck to start this game, but that will just happen in these games.
Yeah. Ooh, an ectoplasm. What do we think about that? Could be interesting. If you take it, do you sell the 8-ball? I feel like most of the other hits here are really good. 8-ball might be the one you would replace.
Paul does look really cool as a negative, though.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Let's see. Oh, you
Oh,
were
yeah.
so right. That looks great.
That looks cool.
Wow. Totally worth. Ooh, polychrome ace. I mean, Bean already has the polychrome, doesn't pick it up. Zaino might be thinking, maybe I can get that to a 2. That's hackable. Doing a lot of work to get a card Bean got from an aura.
I feel like the minus hand size is gonna feel really bad
Yeah.
here, trying to build around idle.
I think you're right. And right now all he has is a hallucination to show for it. Oh my gosh, the Willy Bears. Thank you so much for the prime. That's so nice. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And now, without an idle hit, it gets kind of a little bit trickier to get out of these blinds. You might need to start risking some glass. That polychrome card could save Bean, but when we're discarding 5, we're only able to hold 2 cards in the deck. Makes it tough with 53 cards to find that one polychrome card. Of course, Zaino's rebate on 10s, the one card he has that gold seal on.
Did his idol hit 6 of hearts twice in a row?
Yes, it did.
I mean, normally that wouldn't matter, but I feel like potential mental damage being done here.
Yeah, he did say at the end of that last game, he said, I just got to tell you, Bean, it hit the 1 out of 1 twice in a row.
Yeah.
Bean gave a little bit of a smirk. And yeah, just talking in the last commentary booth, like Zaino talking about the potential YouTube chatters saying he's playing slow, talking about the quantum computers needing to figure out these decisions. I think he's putting a lot of pressure on himself for these games. And it's pressure that I don't think is really there. Obviously, it's a semifinals and a long season, but a lot of outside pressure that he shouldn't be thinking about in a moment like this. The slower the better, says the bear chatter. I would expect nothing less.
I mean, I do like playing slow here. You want to take your time. You don't want to make a choice and then realize you should have spent another couple seconds thinking about it. Zaino got probably his best idle hit and then a seltzer in the shop.
That would most likely win this PvP, barring a better idle hit from Bean. But even so, Zaino's up the glass. Quarter of a kind level.
Getting rid of rebate here. Understandable, but it doesn't feel good.
Bean doing some math here to figure out what he needs to get out of the blind. Wants to discard this purple seal. But then you're playing a 2-pair, and does that win? And looks like he's gonna play it. Maybe not. Zaino, $0 in the shop, taking some time to think. Probably contemplating that skip. And this is what you were talking about, Bear. I mean, do the players skip for a potential life here? This is Zaino's best idle hit with glass. Is that enough to deserve a skip? Gosh, Bean's mad.
Yeah, I wonder. Like, I'd like it so much better if he was the person up a life here.
Yeah, that last PvP changes a lot. Two of spades. I mean, it's a decent hit for Bean, and he already looked at the blinds there. If it was a good skip, he might have taken it. I don't think it was, so he probably will play it out. What is... Get setups to make a Yuling here? What does that word mean? Uh-oh. Ruling? Ruling. Totally mistype. I thought Raffle was blessing me with some knowledge. And there's the photograph that Bean was not wanting to see. This is what we were saying. Building into those 4s is really good right now, but that photograph can change a lot. He's going to skip it. Zaino would probably... I don't know if he would like it or not. 5 is his best hit, but I think he would much rather play into the face cards, and he's not going to. Ruling.
Yes, yeah, won't even see it with the skip. Okay.
Oh boy.
He's in a good spot to take this one, though.
Yes. And I mean, he does have 56 cards in his deck. We do have an extra hand from blue deck, but that's not a few cards. On 2 lives, normally I think players are used to having better draws.
I mean,
Ruling on the
surely
stall,
his luck will equalize from the last time.
surely. I mean, that's how statistics work, right? Eventually, it has to, like, if you flip 5 heads in a row, I mean, you've got to flip a tail soon, right? That's how it works.
I mean, wishful thinking wise, yes.
Yeah. I mean, Zaino's going to skip, and as per the MLBA rules, you have to timer, as we found out time and time again. So Bean knows that he skipped. Probably knows that he has a good idle hit, and it will probably change the way that he plays these shops. Because when you know that your opponent skipped, you know, your opponent, it changes the whole dynamic, because now Zaino might not need to full play all of his glass to win, because Bean might think he can full greed in this PvP because he's not going to win anyway. Makes it tricky.
If I was taking that skip as Zaino, I would really want to make that decision quickly and then timer immediately.
Mm-hmm.
With the amount of value generation you know your opponent has.
Yeah. I mean,
Probably doesn't
yeah.
matter as much against Bean. I'm sure he's capable of doing it all really fast when he needs to.
Yeah. But still, I mean, he sat there for a good, I don't know, 30, 40 seconds. Maybe more. And that's a lot of time on this timer. Judgment gives
Photo
a
out
photograph
of the
too.
judgment.
Bean burns his seltzer quicker too, that's very true. No matter how hard we try to play a high card line, a non-face card line, a non-photo chat line, the game pulls us closer. Eight of diamonds hit for Bean is not great, so he's probably gonna try to full greed with this Sixth Sense here. Let's see what happens.
Taking what you can get, I see.
Taking
Yeah,
what I
no
can
blast for
get. I
Bean.
don't think we're on the same thing.
Well, I think you are if you're skipping, but just a hunch.
But I mean, like, I got my max hit. Like, I don't like. I mean, I'm never not skipping in an idle game with my luck. Are you kidding me?
Understandable.
Okay.
That immolate is massive
Yeah,
for Bean with this -1 hand size he has.
that is crazy.
Hmm.
Trade on the king, just in case that Baron comes back around, surely. And now, because Bean knows that Zaino's idol hit his best card, because Zaino just told him, Bean could just discard to find a good immolate hand.
That's true. I wonder if he even trusts Zaino. But I
That's
think
true.
he's probably playing for value here, no matter what, with the idle hit.
Here we go. Saves
Oh,
both the
boy.
Steel Kings. And he's still able to get max value from these aces, from these 8-balls. I mean,
I
he's
don't know
playing
if this
for-
could have gone better for Bean.
No, he's playing for max value, and it's working. And he's still got turn order. He's still going to
thought
force
that
Zaino to
might
play all
be
his
a
glass.
That wouldn't be good for me. But surely you just skip for the foil tag, and I'll be fine.
Here it is. Any breaks? 1.
Yeah, you just skip for the foil tag.
50 chips. Immolate was a 30% lean forward from Bean. Those are crazy numbers you're talking now.
That's a big lean.
That's a big lean.
He draws his lucky card too.
You might want to... Oh, he can play the lucky and the 8 in a flush.
Alright. One of these days it'll do something good. That's
Okay,
good.
Emperor's Justice is pretty good. And yeah,
Live
Seltzer.
to die, you know. It's up to this card.
That's got to be one of the most successful losses
Good luck.
of
Yeah,
all time.
and that uncommon tag, giving a trading card. That's pretty good. Might be a little bit late, 2-2 on lives, 55 cards in the deck. Trading card won't be able to do a ton at this point. But it's still good. Uncommon skip? Oh, uncommon skip. Yes. Walkie Talkie comes back for Bean. Maybe considering this trading card. With as many Joker slots. Just kidding. Obviously, we're not considering the trading card. Why would I ever think that? There's the Temperance.
Oh boy,
Ooh.
the stock too.
I mean, if you're Bean, there's some consideration that your opponent is on face cards. With the photograph that you think they might have seen. The Sock and Buskin now that they will definitely see.
DNA. Oh my god. Yeah, you're definitely worried that Zaino's on photo and just missed his idol and you don't know what he can score. And then that sock would change a lot.
Bean gonna get out of the Sixth Sense for the DNA. And having this DNA around earlier, having a little bit more money, you know, some because of the life lost, some because he just had more money. He's gonna be able to copy that glass around earlier, makes the idol hits more likely, makes your PvP stronger. And it's exactly what Bean needs with this polychrome glass card. You just want more of that. Can he draw it is the question. -1 hand size. Of course he can. Gets to copy it. Zaino with the Seance again, just in case. Can't find a king or a 10. No break from Bean.
I'm surprised at the decision to fool for judgment there.
Mm-hmm. He's got to play some glass to not die.
Oh, as you see, he's doing it for trying to get out of this blind right now, even.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
And just has to give up on it.
Uh-oh. That is tough for the mental. 2 of diamonds hit on the idol, going into the big blind. And this is what's tricky about an idol game on a, you know, on a run where you're not super fixed. Ooh, certificate. Probably not on 1 life. You should see the photo soon. Or the Sock and Buskin, excuse me. A lot of his glass is on face cards already. Another photograph shows up for Bean. The game trying its hardest to put us on photo chat. I mean, it could be an out for Zaino if he picks up this Sock and Buskin and finds the photograph. If both players' idols miss, then maybe the photo chat could be enough with the glass. Got
Definitely would have a
soup changer up
shot at
top.
it from there.
He's gonna pick it up. There's the DNA, which is maybe not what he wants with some of these glass fives, but he has a lot of Jack of Hearts. Still's the 8-ball. He's not gonna see the photograph until he beats this blind or dies trying. Is it in the next roll? Did he miss it by 1 roll? Uh-oh.
I mean, if you get out here and you see that, do you just abandon hack for that here? And go full face cards?
I mean, it probably depends on your idle hit, but if it misses, you might.
Yeah.
Oh, Beans 4 breaks. He has Death Fool up top. Gonna use that now to better the chance of his idle hitting. That is a big draw. Surely the purple seal doesn't give another. Ooh, a temperance. Not bad. And Zaino looks like he's building into 2s. Got this polychrome glass ace. A handful of 2s in the deck. Is it enough to live? Idle's on 2 of diamonds. The hardest part about having these glass aces is that you can't throw them away by playing a hand. You need some sort of pair or something like that. Zaino finds the flush house with a glass card. That should get him out guaranteed. We'll see what happens with the idol and the photograph in the shop.
Idle hit's so important for both players right here.
6 of diamonds.
Oh no.
Ooh. And there's the photograph and the death in the shop. That is tough. I mean, with a 6, it's like maybe with some strengths you could get there with idle, but it's so tough. Oh my gosh, the red seal jack in the pack.
Wow. He gets the
Idle
same hit on idle.
misses.
6 of diamonds for him too.
Wow.
This suddenly
Wait a
might be
minute.
looking pretty good for Zaino.
We could be going down to 1-1 here. I mean, if Bean is able to draw a full hand of polychrome glass 4s with hack, that could still win. It might.
He does. Yes, he does have a really good hand in his deck. He got the hand size back with this juggler too, if he holds on to it.
He's going to find the red seal in the pack and probably not be happy about it. If he thought his opponent was on face cards, this would be a pretty big blow. Another photograph.
Another photo.
He might even skip it. 48 cards in the deck. You've got so many glass 4s already. He is. And now Zaino has that red seal with a death. With a photograph. 6 of diamonds on the idol. Let's see what happens here. Excuse me.
Hello.
Hello. Things going all right over there?
I mean, no, we just continue the bottom deck, but it is what it is, you know?
Did you take the trading card?
I did take the trading card.
See,
Wait.
that's what you get for taking trading card.
How'd you know it was a trading card?
Oh.
Oh, it's you're talking about a different trading card.
Uh,
I didn't take the trading card originally. I got it up from the uncommon. I didn't get a dusk. There you go. So you know I didn't get a dusk. We have to decide now. Are we going? I mean, that's just more, right? That's just a lot more. I mean, I guess it's not that much more. And this does allow us to. Okay, you know what? Maybe.
Perhaps.
Maybe perhaps.
Do this.
Good draws so far for Bean.
Yeah. Got those steel. Just gonna get rid of them for the draw. Draws a justice with the fool. Because why not?
Hmm. I wonder if you got this guy on the team as well. It'd be kind of crazy if you didn't, I'm not gonna lie.
If Bean wins here and Zaino sees the -8 ball on his screen,
Oh yeah.
it's tough.
This one purple
Wow.
seal for Zaino could be so big. A full or a strength.
I'm
or
gonna
a
mute myself to
justice
talk to the stream for a second.
would
to
all help
explain
his score
something.
so
That's
much.
Insane that just happened. So cool. I drew every jack except for the one I need, so now I have to decide between the aces and the fives, and I wouldn't have had to do that if I didn't draw every jack right away. Okay. Or I could just I could do that and use the death on the, you know, actually, you know what, fine. It's just this. Whatever.
Oof. Still no glass draw for Zaino. Now he draws the glass fives. Do you go for a full house with the red seal?
All right. Well, you got turn order.
Yep, and it's nice. I get out of 8 ball on the purple seals after 10 trillion 8 ball hits, no deaths, and purple
getting
seals
his
is
best
back-to-back
possible hand, considering the
Yeah.
idle miss.
deaths. Oh.
Zaino's probably going to think that's an idle hit.
I don't think I get there regardless, but we are going to try.
Finds the glass card.
I mean, again, I
Get
don't
full
think
house.
we get there regardless, actually. Oh wait, no, it's just the same.
Not quite the same with the oh, I guess the sock, yeah.
I got no levels.
Same.
Well, this is one of the better
this
hands
enough?
he could have put together,
This is true.
but I don't know if it's enough here.
I mean, there's no idle hits, and you're just up 16x from the photograph, but being played as much glass, and it was polychrome. So yeah,
GG. Wow.
The -8
yeah,
ball.
I knew you would throw the polychrome on the... Wait, you threw it on an ace?
I didn't throw it on anything. I didn't take
Oh,
aura.
you
I took
didn't do-
familiar, and then this whole game came down to first PvP. I destroy you. I got 3 glasses from familiar, and they were on the bottom 10. Not destroy you, but I win the first PvP. And then I don't understand how you ectoplasm and got your draws, and I didn't.
well, he just has so many
The
more
aura being
floors.
polychrome was pretty.
Well,
brutal.
familiar, you're at 54 cards. I'm at 48. And I have
I
juggler
mean,
to negate it.
but they were all good cards. Like, I bottom decked them when I needed to not lose a life to the blind too. It's fine. I mean, it's like, I get what you're saying, but it's like the additional cards were the cards I was looking for. So
Right. So were you
Imlite
doing
was a game
walkie-talkie
changer, that's
package for
true.
this game?
no, I sold walkie talkie because we got into 5s very quickly. It's just how it worked.
Mm.
And then I
that
seanced a
glass
couple
5.
times.
Seance. Did you find the Sixth Sense? Because I found that in the anti you skipped. I just
No.
gave an immolate.
I couldn't have done it anyway with the jokers I had.
I guess immolate is most of the deck size diff.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people that maybe aren't big fans of higher stakes like to gravitate towards yellow as their deck pick. Zaino's been a big proponent of checkered deck because for a similar reason, you get a nice clean start to the run without any risk of dying, but also that strength is econ, so you kind of in a way make up for it not being yellow deck by just brute forcing your way through the blinds with ease.
Yeah, we see an 8 ball here taunting Zaino for letting go of it last game.
It's true, but I mean, as Bean will tell you, you gotta open the buffoon pack.
You gotta. Do you take an eternal to-do list? Is that a good enough econ joker to warrant the eternal tag?
I don't think so. I think in this case, especially on purple stake, this Wrathful Joker is just an econ joker, right?
Yeah.
You save. You don't have too much of a trouble beating the blinds here, but as early as ante 2 on gold stake, things start ramping up, and that saves you quite a bit of money as a result.
Yeah. $3 a round if you're able to get out in one. Being here already, gonna need 2 without the Wrathful, so that's minus $1, and it's just $1, but $1 decisions over the course of an entire game can pile up to be a win.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm surprised that Bean made this play and Zaino did not. I think it was a fairly clean play in selling I assume the way that Bean got there is by selling the Wrathful and snagging the
didn't
the
even
Able
open up
instead.
the pack.
Wow, that's even more surprising to me.
Yeah.
That is surprising, yeah.
I mean,
But
Bean,
Bean does get rewarded with that banana just immediately.
Yeah.
Also operating as another pseudo econ joker. And Zaino may be a little bit punished. Maybe didn't recognize that the lone boss spy in this game is going to be the goad, which kind of negates some of the money save that this Wrathful was going to provide.
yes. Purple Seal as well is good to start. Zaino's going to take the early Magician, overseeing what's in the Emperor. I think I like it. I think an early Magician is pretty strong. I think oftentimes Glass gets favored over it. Maybe on a higher stake, I would understand, going into Glass just to survive and to win. But I feel like on lower stakes, that Magician can give you a lot of value, and you can find the Glass cards later. Let's see how it plays out here.
That lucky card queue is one of those ones that is game long, so getting ahead of that means that could be a way that you get an econ edge over your opponent long term. And both players snagging this Purple Seal 10, going to be great value for everyone but Bean, who just happens to draw it at the worst moment.
Oh, what a shop here.
Wow.
Impossible choice here. I think you might have to just check the Spectral and pray for Immolate. I think the upside is greater than, on average, than what you're going to get out of the Invisible with no jokers to copy right now.
Exactly.
If Zaino gets a lucky hit here, he could get everything in the shop.
And that's the benefit of that, again, that lucky queue. But Zaino notoriously never lucky, so going to have to make the same tough decision here.
I mean, when it's a pick 2 in a Spectral pack, it becomes much stronger. Like right here, we can see this Talisman Cryptid. You can instantly have 3 Gold Seal cards in your deck. That's pretty strong.
And huge hit for Bean, too, of being able to put it on an 8 of Hearts. Not forced into that Wrathful yet, and does have the 8-ball. And you might say, well, the Spectral pack is a risk because you don't know that something good is going to be in there, but at the same time, so is the Invisible. You don't know that there's going to be anything worth copying in the near future here to make that trade-off worthwhile. Like, yes, it would be nice if something very strong shows up immediately after, but, like, there's no guarantee that'll happen.
No. And Zaino's going to do it on an ace. Ace of Spades with the Wrathful. Doesn't have the 8-ball, isn't going to pick a face card.
Yeah, lucky Ace of Spades. So really a card that you're incentivized to play towards anyway. A meager hack or strength away from being a hackable card, but probably, I mean, just good enough on its own when you're playing on these higher stakes.
Yeah. And a Sun here for Bean, a Fool as well. The 8-ball has actually been really good to him this game so far.
Yeah. Looks like Zaino might be chasing a flush house here, just to start getting that train rolling. Did have the 5 of a kind, but not really a hand you're incentivized to play towards on checkered deck necessarily. And, should be able to make this flush house with relative ease, but does get a 5 lucky card hand instead.
That's pretty good too. No money hits yet, but we're getting closer and closer in the queue.
Yeah. I think what this early game is really going to lean on is, can Zaino generate enough money from these luckies to offset the value that Bean has been getting from this 8-ball? Bean has a lot of these 8s that can make up for the inconsistent nature of it.
Yeah, especially with those Gold Seals.
So, has the 8-ball been hitting?
It is the worst 8-ball that I've ever had for 2 straight games. But, it's my brand, and I promise entertainment.
So Bean probably knows he didn't pick up the 8-ball because it's been pretty good.
Right.
Or maybe
This time I would
thinking
have
it
to draw
encrypted
the eights. That's kind of been the problem this time, so.
Oh, I misclicked there. That was really
Thought
bad.
it was a straight.
I don't believe you, but
I genuinely did. I played a high card instead of the hand I meant to play, which maybe tells you a bit much. But I had to share how bad I am.
Scary Face helping out a ton too, with all the base malt from the holographic edition and the banana.
Yeah, and just providing some chips, which are an underrated facet of scoring this early.
Well, that doesn't help.
Let's see if a Wrathful
Are you
Hand
gonna
can
make
do
me
it here.
math? Do I just win
I thought
here?
I had
Do
this
need a slightly
PvP.
better hit?
I thought he didn't have a good hand, and I was careless.
We're
I was just trying to get max value.
This number.
I definitely could have scored way more if that misclick cost me. Well, it's not the worst thing actually. The money could easily be useful here.
Holy shit! I'm like.
Maybe your math is just wrong.
Yeah, maybe.
What's going on?
He's quite a bit short, isn't he?
I don't know if a flush with 15 malt gets you.
I beat you by
3,500
800
points.
points. Oh my god.
Was he?
See?
What kind of math was he doing there?
I may have done my math wrong though. So it may not.
Not sure.
I don't know.
And
Someone's got to check what's going on in Zaino's lab. It looks like he.
Yeah.
well,
I just wanted to get
Pencil
your
and paper down there?
you had me going.
Yeah.
But have fun living without that.
I hope
banana.
so.
He might.
Better not
He's
be
gotta-
a calculator.
He's got a
That's
pen in
all
his
I'm saying.
hand right now. I don't know. Look at that. Doing some...
And that scary face that you mentioned now being extra critical here as the banana breaks, and that's Bean's lone source of mult at this point.
There's a red seal 8 in the pack.
No, that's not gonna feel good.
I think if we remove, the lives counter, I think even if we swap the lives counter, remove the face cams, show this game to Zaino in a year, I think he'd pick Bean setup.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I mean, I don't hate where Zaino is. He's up so many lucky cards here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that he's played them about like 20 times so far and still not gotten money.
Again, we are on purple stick. That blue seal polychrome isn't a bad choice for Zaino either. Both players getting close to the dream card that they could hit here. Just one world away from being a viable contribution to his scoring, while also giving him those critical flush house levels if he's able to make that hand more consistently.
Yeah. And Bean with all these 8s is getting close to being able to play the flush 5 or maybe even 4 of a kind pretty consistently. The only thing is you don't want to play all of them with the 8-ball because you want to be able to hit all the taros.
I mean, let's be honest. You play all 5 and you get your 1 tarot card off of it and move on.
This is true. Oh, another tarot. He does have a lot of 8s.
Yeah, with how the luckies have panned out, that early cryptids does seem to be pretty heavily favoring Bean right now.
Yeah.
But I mean, the 8s are being a little disappointing here. You're getting a stars card and nothing else, and then just whiffing on this last one.
Yeah.
Zaino draws the blue seal, just needs to find cannot buy a flush house to save his life right now, but I mean, flush levels are valuable too.
Yeah. Oh, Ancient Joker. I mean, Bean has the Red Seal wild card.
Lives are also valuable, and Zaino just lost one, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wrathful.
Ancient Joker really... really awkward on checker deck, but like you said, that wild card goes a long way.
Yeah, because unlike Idol, Ancient, I don't believe it doesn't only hit the suits in your deck, it just randomly hits any suit.
Right. The only stipulation is it can't be the one that it's currently selected on the once it swaps over.
Mhm.
Oh no. That Pareidolia is big for Bean too. That's going to be yet another resource in Bean's favor.
Yeah. With
with
the
that
scary
and those
face.
eights.
I mean, the Wrathful is 15 chips. This holographic scary face is, or I'm sorry, 15 mult. The holographic is 10 mult, and he's getting all the chips from the face cards. It's made it really easy to get out of the blinds. And now with this Pareidolia, it's going to make it even easier. Maybe even too easy with the trying to get 8-ball value.
Yeah, Zaino does draw a decent shot at the flush house, then throws it away. Maybe just looking to both make progress through his deck as well as make progress on the scoring so that he doesn't lose a life again. All right, immediate snap pick of Pareidolia from Bean. No surprise there. That's going to really, like, I mean, even Zaino not really caring that much about the rank of his cards right now. I think that would be a snap pick for either player if Zaino also had that that scary face. So just not seeing the scary face is leaving him a little bit behind in scoring right now.
Yeah, he did get $20 from this blind from a lucky card, which might help him find something Bean can't see.
Finally, he was so due.
You're not kidding. He's played a lot of luckies. That
Yeah,
wild card shows up for Zaino as well.
There's a world where like his luckies hit the first time he played them, and he's up the Invisible Joker here.
Yeah.
Yes. And he
Another
played
8.
what, 3-4 of those? That's a great point. That like it wouldn't have been unreasonable to expect him to be able to get that invisible, and potentially for this Ancient Joker and just be up an Ancient Joker.
Yeah, and in the standard pack in this shop, there's a purple seal 8. Like every single standard pack has had an 8 in it.
That's getting absurd. And at this point, like, Bean probably doesn't care a whole lot about the suit of it anymore.
No.
With the Ancient Joker, maybe even prefers a wide range of suits to go alongside it.
Yeah, the Pareidolia there helping Bean out a lot. He can basically full greed for the 8s. Any 8 he plays is really strong. Business card.
Oh, the business card is interesting here.
I would be surprised if Bean passed on this. The man loves his econ. He is behind on money right now. That could be a ticket back into that. Rewards him again for taking that Pareidolia. The problem is it loses a lot of value if you ever need to sell out of this Pareidolia, which is, a likely eventuality here. So maybe a little bit more reluctant to take the business card than usual.
Yeah, especially with those gold seals making some money. Not in the worst econ spot. It just could be a little bit better.
Right, and the other thing to consider is, he's up 2 lives on Zaino right now after that life loss. There may not be much time left in this game, so you're not going to fill out your Joker roster necessarily.
Yeah.
Hello.
Thank you, the man, and a very long pancake for following.
You just couldn't find the straight flushes to get out?
Didn't even think about that. I'll be honest. Maybe I shouldn't have taken you the checker deck then.
True. You'd need some vagabond draws to get those straight flushes.
Zaino getting some awkward draws so that even with the wild card can't quite
I am not smart.
reliably hit this flush house that he wants.
It's okay.
Gets the wrong suit changer.
There it is. Yes, but does have the wild. The wild on this polychrome may be the most important thing you can do here.
It's a pretty decent hand.
And, yeah, good positioning from his
Ooh.
cards.
Plus 20 hit
Like
as
it's a
well.
20 molt.
Okay.
I think even without that
That's
molt,
a
has a
big
decent chance
number.
just because of the
We got the same ancient joker.
the polychrome and the
Yes,
extra
we
ancient
do have
hit
the same
after
ancient
all the
joker,
wrath.
But
Ball.
remember, I have the 8-ball.
True.
If I can find an 8. Christ, man. Like, the times you draw it, you can't use it. Every single time.
Zaino's really trying to make Bean think he has the 8 ball.
Uncheckered, really?
You know,
Bean doesn't seem like he's
Well,
buying it.
no, this hand on
I gotta live, you know? I'm gaining at the very end. I
Bean
gotta
is a
live.
little bit less impressive than I was expecting.
Alright,
Yeah.
good luck.
Does get the lovers, which could be nice. Throw on a gold seal.
Yeah. I think it may just have been a level diff there, because, I mean, he got the same number. Well, it's a level diff and a wrathful diff, right? Because the addition happening before the ancient is a big deal for Zaino there.
Yeah.
Because they had the same number of 1.5x procs. It was just Zaino had a bigger number to multiply by.
Yeah.
Whoever makes more money now from this ante on, I feel like becomes so important because we have a setup where the single re-trigger Joker just goes absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with the Pareidolia, there's some flexibility there. It could basically be anything other than a hack, right? Dusk is the same as Sock and Buskin is mostly the same as Seltzer. They'd maybe rather it not be a hack, but can, you know, Zaino's a few strengths away from it, a hack being just fine here.
Yeah, and I think I don't know, we'll see. The Ancient Joker will be rewarded by any sort of retrigger, like Bear was saying, that money. It's also rewarded by a better deck, having more wild cards. Having red seals is basically like a retrigger Joker in our deck. If Bean's able to get some value out of his deck fixing, that could also be a way that he could take this.
So you're thinking about Arrowhead?
Or Seance.
I think so. Yeah, well, I think the Arrowhead is probably more likely. I think that it's a... I mean, you heard Bean say it. It's pretty good for your scoring. I think it's another one that's marginal as an eternal because, you know, just Pareidolia just makes things a little bit clunky by just consuming a Joker slot, and you have it. You need to take it even speculatively just in case that sock shows up. But
yeah. Death from the 8-ball. Zaino might consider skipping. The Ancient hit spades. He's got aces. If he picks up the Arrowhead. Pretty strong.
I mean, otherwise it's just a 1 in 3 for that Ancient to hit by the time the PvP happens.
Yeah.
Because it hits here, it obviously can't hit in the next one, so it's only that, like, it's maybe the worst time it could have hit here because it requires you to skip 2 blinds and you only get 1 more chance at it.
Yeah.
Everything's lined up so perfect for him on his spades deck, though.
This is true.
It's got to be so tempting.
There are 2 purple seal aces in these next 2 card packs after the small blind, and Zaino's going to play it out.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel great, but I do think it's probably the necessary line here. It's a little bit early in terms of Bean's life total to be taking these aggressive skips here. You're not going to tempo him out from here. And missing 2 consecutive shops just feels pretty brutal.
Yeah, there's a lot of value with all the lucky cards that Zaino has.
True. Not to mention the opportunity cost of missing those shops.
Will Zaino draw the flush house for the first time? Yes, but not with the blue seal.
But yeah. But not perfect, but I mean, you're going to get out. That's the important thing. You're going to get some money. Probably would have liked to have hit that purple sooner, but I don't know. Bean just making consistent. Look at this hand on Bean's side. 3 wild. Like, this is going to be tough to beat long term.
Yeah.
Maybe the temple line was necessary for Zaino because we're getting close to the point where every ancient joker is just a hit for Bean.
Yeah. That's the 8-ball deck fixing.
Yep.
Even without
gotten-
re-triggers, it's been really good.
Well, he's got his own retriggers in that red seal, right? That's,
This is true.
That's in. You get 5 of those, and you've got yourself like a negative dusk, essentially.
Zaino scaling up the hologram. Picking up both of the cards in these packs.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the blue seal, but like, is having an awkward. Yeah, it does end up going with the purple.
Yo, Cybercraft, thank you for following. Thank you. And Bean is ready. Zaino's Ancient on clubs. Got a 1 in 3 chance here of hitting spades.
That's a big 1 in 3.
What did Beans hit? They should be lined up, theoretically.
That's true.
Beans is diamonds.
Oof.
That's not a good sign. Zaino,
Yeah,
one hand
that's gonna
left.
be one hand, critically 2 discards. It does get both purples. So this is the potential way to keep pace with this. This 8-ball does hit a death, which is very nice, but not quite a reasonable draw for the flush house. Okay, well, don't let Zaino tell you about his bad luck after that draw.
Well, there's no blue seal. It's unlucky. It's in the bottom
Okay.
half of our deck. How dare it? 60
that's-
cards over there.
That's still decent scoring with that. I think the Arrowhead was a good pickup.
Mm-hmm.
You know, gets the bad news about the Ancient Joker, but that's you know, that's a respectable score without any Ancient Joker procs.
Yeah.
How many red seals does Bean have though? Is it just the 2?
2? I think just 2.
Okay. Yeah, Zaino might still be ahead on the score here then, with the right draw.
With the right draw, yeah.
Right, because, and I think there's maybe only 3 total wild cards, so that's 3. Well, I guess 5 procs on the 1.5, but again, the base value isn't really that meaningful. The scary face with the Pareidolia kind of makes up for the lack of Arrowhead, but that Wrathful and, you know, the hologram, you know, maybe can help bridge some of that gap in the scoring.
Yeah.
Zaino really agonizing here, maybe deciding whether he wants the blank voucher or again this business card
Business
coming
card.
back around as an eternal. We did see Bean take the blank voucher though, so that could be a point of punish for Zaino if you know, if he decides to skip it.
Yeah, the business card with the or with the Pareidolia is pretty good.
Yeah, he's reaching for it.
Mhm.
So many times in this match, we've seen plays where one player refuses to make a play I would normally expect them to make after watching them a lot, and the other player makes the same play. Like the plays attributed to one player are getting made by the other. It seems like.
Yeah. Andre, they are big mind games. Arrowhead, just
Maybe
watch
I'll
game
regret
1,
that.
okay? I'm gonna say one player had a
again,
negative 8 ball
I think I'm
at the end of the
colorblind,
game.
you know.
It wasn't Zaino.
I might be.
It's a
Pretty good starting hand there.
Actually, not that uncommon.
Yep. As casters, we are legally mandated to mention turn order, so Zaino in a good spot
It's
for
gonna
that.
be red, black, colorblind though.
That's okay. That's more valid, I guess.
Being with 54 cards in the deck, it's still hard to draw these wild 8s. But not all the 8s. There they are.
Yeah, still only one wild though. So not going to be super effective into this this ancient joker, but does have one remaining discard.
Finds the other red seal.
I'll take it.
He'll take it
Um,
if he has to. Zaino here does not draw the wild polychrome.
No, but should have a decent idea of his score when he plays a flush house after,
alright, here it is.
using that in the blinds.
Mm-hmm. 8-ball hit 1 and 7. About expected.
Mm-hmm.
Needed that 8th trigger.
And Zaino just snap plays it.
Oh,
No, yeah, I would have liked to have seen him
Alright.
take a little bit more time there, and I think he's
Alright.
maybe chastising
Small
himself for
blind
that
again.
himself here. Could have deathed
Yeah,
the 10, which wasn't a bad death
I mean,
target
now
anyway,
we
as
gotta
a purple and a
skip, which
steel,
is
and would have
we're
won.
so fucking.
and now, yeah, Ancient hitting spades. Does he have to double skip on 1 life?
I think that's one of those plays where it's playing not to lose,
Mhm.
and probably just delays the inevitable of losing in the next ante or two.
Yeah. The world card, the death upstairs. I mean, he's just got to draw that polychrome.
Zaino still has a way forward here if the lucky cards get him ahead in the shop queue. They just have not really paid off so far this game.
No. And this is going to be painful if it happens. Potentially lining up the death on that 10 that would have won him the last round potentially.
It's hard to imagine a world where Zaino is the one playing lucky cards and Bean is the one playing 8s.
Yeah.
And the 8s are kind of being rewarded right now. Just by the lucky cards missing. And Bean sees the double skip from Zaino.
Yeah. And there's only one thing that could be about. He's seen enough of the shop to know it's not an idol, so it's just
Mhm.
the real problem with this is not only does it lose Zaino a lot of value in round, it just has to be his game plan from here on out is what this is sort of establishing.
Yeah. Bean has the death upstairs for one of those
looking for
red
those
seal
red
wilds.
seals. I mean, every death that Bean gets, gets him closer to that invisible dusk, or
Mhm.
that negative dusk, and so the more time that he's given, and with 3 lives, you've got plenty of time, the more dangerous he becomes.
Speaking of dangerous,
Feels like
is-
glass cards are inevitable too.
yeah,
Yeah, I think Bean talks about this a lot. He would rather, especially with the life buffer like he has right now, would rather have 5 red seal glass than 5 red seal wilds, and then just wait for the ancient to hit, because 2x is so much more than 1.5x when you're compounding it.
and Bean dies to the blind.
That's
The draw was not good
and
enough.
and that's a really big deal because again, we're just talking about how much time Bean has. That maybe gives Zaino permission to just. I mean, it makes the skip play from Zaino a lot better. Is what it comes
does.
down to.
Yes, but is Bean gonna take idle here now?
I mean, he's got a lot of 8s.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really good idol for, again, just like with Glass, 2x is a lot more than 8x. And on checkered deck, you can just easily make a flush house with your, you have the built-in 2 idle hits. You can finish it
Yeah.
out with the 8s, and you've just got a decent hand.
Got a death as well for whatever it decides to hit. Let's
That
see.
pesky 6 of hearts from last game.
Making an appearance.
But I mean, that's a game-winning pickup from Bean, and there's never been a better demonstration of opportunity cost than this idol here.
Mm.
Because Zaino is behind on money. You know,
Uh-oh.
right now.
Uh-oh, Bean needs to draw these wilds.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're absolutely right. Like, this is another dangerous spot for him. Maybe being a little bit too cautious with his death, but gets rewarded. But Zaino very easily finds this idol if he didn't have to skip here.
Mm-hmm. It is enough. It'll hits Ace of Hearts.
Ace of Hearts is rough, but also unfortunate for Zaino that we're seeing that that ancient swap back over to spades. So
Yes.
now, again, in hindsight, getting punished for the skip, which you know, would have paid out anyway, and yet another
And
punish for this skip in the form of this
Yeah.
photograph too. Both players still rocking this Paradolia. I mean, that photograph is always going to be better for being with the red seals
mhm.
anyway, but you know, that hurts.
Yeah. Bean getting a lot of value. We haven't seen a ton yet. Both players had a very similar setup until this ante. And this is the one that Zaino had to double skip. Let's see what happens in the PvP.
All this complaining about idle luck and you just get it synced with an ancient joker?
Uh-oh.
It's crazy.
Zaino did not need more tilt
would
in
like
his
to
life.
thank people for its support today.
Still trying to make Bean think he has 8 ball.
This seed is your birthday present.
Zaino really hoping they're both lying right now.
Dude, yeah,
Just
that's
is.
crazy. Hearing that the seed is your birthday present and you're not on 8 ball. That's gotta be tilting.
Zaino just having an astonishingly bad time finding that
It's a big number.
Polychrome 8.
Big number.
Yeah. 56 cards in the deck. 58? 58.
Yeah, I guess it is a hologram. We have to blame for this.
Now, was it crunchy? I don't know.
Oh,
Alright, I
big
got
turn
so
order.
much glass, you'd be
Caster
like, "Okay,
mandated.
ball."
Of course.
Mention of the turn order here.
But I mean, Bean should just be playing his strongest hand. No glass to risk here.
Yeah.
It's not enough. A lover's up top
Alright.
as well.
Not even close.
All right.
That
Wow.
that arrowhead is putting in
Idle what?
work right now.
Negative superposition.
Well, Zaino still has a chance then, but he's got to, first of all, dodge 3 idle hits from Bean.
Yes.
3 chances to hit.
With a fairly well-established deck. Again,
Yeah.
the 8-ball has provided Bean with a lot of tarot cards that have, you know, he has a smaller deck than Zaino. He has a lot more of the card hits than Zaino, and it's gonna keep shrinking, and those 8s are gonna keep growing.
Yeah. It's about a 24% chance for Bean's idol to hit here in any blind.
So, and he's had it for 4 blinds, so, you know, he's legally
Statistics stacking
mandated
up.
to get 1 hit in these 4 chances that he's had.
Of course. Zaino has so much space for the jokers that Bean has on his lineup, but just wasn't able to find it with the double skip. And Zaino's got to survive, which is not the easiest task here. Purple stake
No, I think
scaling.
that's why we're seeing the card sharp pickup.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we can just play a couple, and why again this Wrathful just proves to be a pretty good pickup here. That 3 times that is not enough though. So we're gonna need some help.
We're gonna need another like 3 on top of that 3 to get out.
Are we gonna need double?
I think
don't
you
know
might
how he
need
does
2
it.
flush house.
Yeah, and I don't think you can get there from here.
Two
I think
hands
we
left.
might just be dead to the blind.
Uh-oh. And when you die in game 2 and see 8-ball on your opponent's lineup again, what does that do to you as an 8-ball enjoyer? Lover, even. I know
Well,
what
it's
it would
kind of
do
hard
to
to
me.
be betrayed like this and on your birthday on top
Yeah.
of that.
Here it is,
So
flush
what does
5.
he need? He needs 3 steals to get that additional.
And Death Fool from the 8-ball
3x.
for Bean. Is this real life? Well, Zaino
Does
is...
Might
throwing
need
one.
a lucky proc here to have a chance. That is
Probably.
not a good place to be.
Oh, no.
Nope, no luckies. I think we're cooked.
Oh,
Oh no.
15k. I think a
Oh,
lucky card gets
no.
there.
it does.
With that steal in
Yeah,
hand.
I think so.
Wow, we
It
were going
does.
such.
With the
You
card sharp
didn't
as
take
well.
The 8-ball. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, Zaino.
Honestly, yeah. Even if he hit one more spade and was maybe able to. Death
I took
and
Wrathful to
hold
be up on Econ on you,
another
and
steal
then
card that
I
gets in
got
there as
mega
well.
punished because a banana shows up in the next shot.
It was a big deal, and just I mean, Taro snowball. So you're
Yeah.
absolutely right.
Now, where does Bean take us for game 3? Could be the last game of the set.
Yeah, we did see a reverse sweep yesterday.
This
And
is
so
true.
Zaino definitely not out of this. Does need maybe a mental reset. Maybe going down 0-2
And
somewhat ironically takes a bit of the pressure off.
Oh, we were here yesterday.
Because maybe when you feel like it's already lost, you don't have the immense amount of pressure that he's been showing throughout this game or throughout this match.
Yeah, and it looks like Bean picks red deck white stake, the most basic of the basic.
Yeah, I think
This is-
Bean was even just talking about this yesterday. You do basic strategies when you believe you have an edge on your opponent, and so he thinks he has the edge on Zaino, is up 2-0, continues with that train of logic.
This is as basic as it gets. This is like the vanilla ice cream with air frosting deck.
Ooh, early riffraff, and we see Zaino just immediately rip a jack a naked jack from the standard pack. A little surprising, but maybe just already locking in on what he wants to play towards.
Yeah, especially with a 60-card deck last game, not able to draw that polychrome wildcard. Bean might do the same. Wow.
I think maybe it makes a little bit more sense after you see the riffraff because you're just praying for some combination of photograph and hanging chat off of that. But Zaino did it without restraint. Maybe I'm just wrong here, and I've been overvaluing, a consistent deck. Bean does always say that it's not deck bloat if they're good cards. So
That's
maybe
fair.
a jack is just a good enough card.
Especially on red deck with that extra discard.
Yeah. A foil hallucination going to be a big deal as well, and honestly, even the credit card could be valuable for helping set up that hallucination. We've seen players go into debt at various points in these playoffs.
We have seen a lot of debt. That is true.
Usually on the higher stakes, but like you can get some value off of wow. Both players potentially getting rewarded for just picking up that random jack by getting another jack with a gold seal now.
Yeah, does Bean take the pack? It is his philosophy. There it is.
Yeah. Not surprising. I mean, there was some skepticism from Bean yesterday in the casting booth when players are going into debt, but it's just so easy to get out of it at this moment with the riffraff providing some econ that there's little risk involved.
Definitely. And now, how do you get value out of this DNA? Bean's going to discard the full house, looking for that gold seal, and doesn't find it.
Yeah, I think with the Justice, it's pretty easy to get some value off of this DNA, but like, how greedy do you want to get? Zaino probably going to...
Ooh.
be in a similar place. And both players, that Jack of Clubs is probably your second best hit over the gold seal, simply because you added one of those already. So that's now your third copy of that card. And we do need to maybe find a 2-pair here. Although with the +1 molt and the stone card, oh no.
Uh-oh. Bean might do the exact same
Zaino,
thing.
I think, yeah, I think for his mental, Zaino simply cannot lose a life to this blind right now. I think crushing a glass card is probably worth a life here. Just maybe not in most cases, but in this specific situation where, you know, he just lost a round because of it, it could be, it just could be worth the trade, especially with DNA to replenish.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the DNA, I don't mind risking it at all. I'm surprised he's thinking about this.
I think he's probably just doing the math because there is the being a little bit sad to see the Jack card. They already got the glass showing up here.
And a little bit unfortunate there. Bean decided to glass the Heart Jack instead of this club one. In this pack, we draw the Heart Jack with the Justice. So
right,
Zaino could be up a glass.
Yeah, it could be up a glass and up a little bit of money here. Unlike Bean, was able to sell out of both Jokers to get an extra $1 of interest. And nope, it's just the DNA card.
But it was the other pack. I don't know. I guess I see the DNA.
Here.
Yeah. DNA card. That's so funny. And Zaino opens up the big pack and almost might not have been able to buy the business card if it was less good. But he is able to pick it up.
And both players, once again, very, very similar lines. The real only deviation here is the suit of the Jack that was DNA'd. And no DNA value here for Zaino, it looks like. I don't know if that was different for Bean because the Heart Jack was drawn here.
It was the same. Ooh, do you sell out of riffraff now?
How could you sell it a riffraff when you have neither photo nor Chad?
No.
Yeah, it does look like Bean went up a glass as a result of that.
He did.
That heart being drawn for both players. Again, it's a really unfortunate deviation there. That again, nearly identical lines, but the smallest difference gives Bean a bit of an advantage here.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't even know which one is necessarily correct, right? Because I can understand Bean going hearts just because that gives you bloodstone outs. But at the same time, there's incentive for making a second club because then you're building closer to that flush 5 a little bit faster. And Bean extra reroll here.
Wow. One reroll.
One reroll.
Was able to make.
It's always one more roll.
Yeah, the big deal here is that DNA. Not only that brainstorm not only helps with your scoring, but turbocharges that DNA. DNA is not terribly useful unless you have that brainstorm to double its effect.
I'm just now realizing we bottom decked like this 50 times. So if he didn't justice, he's in a real awkward spot.
He did justice.
So that's kind of cool.
And he's not in an awkward spot.
I mean, does still have to draw it though.
This is true.
Let's do this.
So we do have a hit from Bean already.
I haven't drawn the glass yet, but I only have 3 jacks, 57 cards.
Does Bean just take this because he kept this zany Joker?
I think so. I think it is probably advantage Bean.
What do I
not only
want to do? To glass.
that, but he has
I
the
gold
steel
still. I
up
definitely
top
wanna drop
has a
5. I
higher
think I'm
density
playing this
of
no matter what,
glass.
unless he has like no scoring and I just drop this right away.
But I think long term there's an edge for Zaino here.
I definitely am fine with risking glass. We already have 4 glass jacks, and we're gonna keep making more.
My wife got me balloons, and the dog hated the balloons. So there's that.
That may have been just the distraction Zaino needs to get his head back in the
Literally.
game.
Literally.
Look,
after
he's smiling for
a
the first time in
frustrating
3 games.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Oh, you don't love to see that
Wait,
Jack of
yeah,
Clubs being
sure,
drawn
that
here,
works.
though. This is
Interesting.
just cannot hit a DNA card. This is going to compound. And
Oh, and he didn't copy it.
Choosing-
I guess maybe on purpose.
I don't think he wants to further bloat his debt is the idea,
Mhm.
but doesn't mind having another one of those just for some value.
Damn.
But yeah, I think Bean's going to take this without really having to
Got him.
risk more than maybe a single piece of glass.
Crazy.
Yeah. Still doesn't draw the gold seal.
He got me.
Oh, the turn order making a big difference here. Forcing
Mhm.
the glass writ. Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that makes
that's
sense.
painful.
That's tough.
'Cause this is it's not
That's going to make that
Oh.
brainstorm even more important.
This.
Because Zaino's just going to be, despite the horrific draws, likely just going to be up on glass the rest of
I
the
assume
game.
you just got better draws like we've had this entire game.
I wasn't.
Good luck.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, so
We'll see.
If we look back on this, W balloons, they changed
Yeah.
his entire luck.
True.
well,
I
he still
mean,
hasn't. He still has had one heck of a time drawing that that glass card for the DNA. But this discard voucher is a huge. It's the second gift that Zaino's gotten in about 30 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, and
It's
Bean-
another glass card on a king. Just
Yeah.
really needs to draw those early so that the DNA can do its thing.
Mm-hmm. Now, Bean debating between the glass card and the gold seal.
Yeah, again, with the brainstorm, this is a no-brainer. You make more glass.
Mhm.
Without the brainstorm, you know, you're a quarter of the time you're net neutral on glass. So like, what do you care if you
Yeah.
do that? If like you're getting further ahead in the glass queue, it's like that brainstorm was extraordinarily well timed for Zaino.
Yeah.
And very critically, finally does get some DNA value here. So
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna see that glass advantage shift in Zaino's favor very quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, those glass breaks in the PvP will theoretically make it harder for Bean to draw his glass with the DNA. While Zaino, the breaks will be the same because of the queue, but those will happen on the high cards that he plays with the DNA.
Exactly.
So he will still have more glass. It'll still be easier to draw. Let's see.
And because of the brainstorm, even when the glass breaks when you play it, you're still net 1 glass in that instance versus net neutral, which is a big
Mhm.
deal. So that very handy glass counter that we see on the overlay is going to tell a big story about this game. You know, currently Bean has the glass advantage. That's not likely to last long with this this brainstorm.
And I mean, we've seen players, even this week, lose, being up a copy Joker. So we'll see if Zaino can do the same. Or just hold it down, I mean, rather. If Bean can come
Right.
back, if Zaino can keep the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, Bean has been that player winning despite being down a copy Joker
Mhm.
at least once. So if anyone is capable of it, it's the former champ. Okay, quick math check here from Bean. Not worried about people calling him a nerd. while doing math on stream.
She's so brave.
Curious. I know. But I mean, it was a little bit closer than my my vibes-based assessment would have would have suggested there. So maybe worth the time, I guess, if you're in the semifinals here with only one more game to clinch.
If there was ever a time to do math, that would be the time.
I mean, even just the thought of it makes me shudder.
Bean was able to barely make it out of the blinds. He sold his malt.
Yeah,
Picks up the
and
fortune
immediately
teller.
gets some additional malt. But,
Maybe.
I mean, the one thing, whether or not you have the brainstorm, just the existence of the DNA, whether correct or not, allows you to maybe play a little bit more recklessly than you otherwise would with the glass. Just because you know that at the very least, you're not going to completely you run out of glass. You might find yourself behind it. But again, as long as you have 5 pieces by the time the PvP comes, it doesn't really matter if you have extra.
Yeah. Oof. Not even just for the glass, but for the econ as well. Starting to pile up here. This is the first blind here, first shop rather, where Zaino is going to pass Bean in total spent.
And the tarot generation.
The hermit too.
Wow.
Yeah. That's
Perfect time.
That's more money. This is... We saw the 8-ball snowball things for Bean last round. This brainstorm is doing the same right now for Zaino. It's just the flexibility of it is giving him an advantage in 3 different aspects of the game. Obviously scoring by printing glass, but also, like you mentioned, the econ and then the tarot gem. So he's just getting so much value off of this one joker that Bean was 1 roll away from seeing.
Yeah.
And I think at the time, Bean had outspent Zaino. It isn't until this brainstorm showed up that Zaino started getting that econ lead that he now has, which is becoming more and more massive here.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in that blind before the brainstorm, he was able to play a couple high cards to make a little bit more money with the business card. I think that's what prompted him to roll and have enough for the brainstorm.
Yeah, it's those... When you get to the playoffs, especially the semifinals, it's those small things that make a big difference.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a I like to say a $1 difference, and usually, most of the time, one of those doesn't matter. In this case, it did, but a lot of $1 differences over the course of a game can make a lot of difference. So we'll see if Bean is able to try to claw back at some of those $1 differences, but that is a tall order against a brainstorm.
Yeah, and another thing to consider is sometimes those $1 differences compound because of interest.
Mm-hmm.
So what starts as $1 can quickly become 5.
This is very true.
And just immediate nutty draw from Zaino for a change. So good he's discarding glass jacks.
Wow.
And just has the flower pot hand ready to go? Are we just not bothering with the DNA right now because we have so much glass and the PvP draws are so important? But like, you've already drawn your hand. What do you care?
Maybe he just wants to glass a different suit? No.
You get your
I
econ
guess
back.
not.
Yeah, glass a different suit for this hand, but copy the same suit for when you inevitably get out of the flower pot. There's those breaks that were going to happen, but less punishing for Zaino here.
There's just so much to buy. No stickers on anything. It all is wanting you to purchase it.
And that king play there from Zaino simply does not happen if the DNA doesn't exist. You want to preserve that king, so this DNA is leading to some weird plays, but great pickup from Zaino on this flower pot.
I think I could have played that slightly better.
Going to take this this next life, almost certainly.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, he got about 6 rolls deeper in that shop, and it turned into, I think, the flower pot and a justice.
Interesting.
And I think we're caught up on the glass queue for...
Yeah. He's
Between
probably
these players
ahead
now?
now.
Right.
You know.
And Bean just taking the money.
Mm-hmm.
Tie game.
3-3.
Good luck.
Good luck. That's an important
that-
life for Zaino to take. It was very
Yes.
likely that he takes it there, but like a commanding life
Mm-hmm.
gain from Zaino there as a result of the flower pot play. Just giving himself more time to set up the deck and find a joker that he actually wants rather than this flower pot.
Yeah.
Bean came out of that blind thinking maybe he's down a Chad.
Hmm. That's
Almost.
yeah. I mean, a brainstorm could be a chat at some point, so maybe a read that will eventually become correct.
Yeah. Now Bean's gonna copy the gold seal. We've had DNA for so long and only 54 cards in the deck. Bean.
Yeah, and the reason for this deviation here from Bean, I think, is simply 6 pieces of glass. That it, like I said earlier, all you need is 5, right? Anything above
Mhm.
5 is, unnecessary in terms of making your hand. Obviously, you want a little bit of a buffer to avoid breakage, but you can just start making more gold seals so that you can make more money to catch back up in these shops, and we'll see if that ends up rewarding him. But Ancient Joker, worse than glass here, but still a necessary pickup. You might see some skips if the suits line up for Zaino here on clubs.
Yeah, I think he would have to.
Yeah. Especially if Zaino can figure out that he's up the brainstorm.
Ooh, really clever plays here. Just gonna try and get as many glass cards in as many different suits as possible. Now you want 20 pieces of glass, right? you want 5 of each suit, and then no matter what that Ancient Joker hits, you're in business. And this is a play that only Zaino can make. Again, we're harping on this brainstorm, but only Zaino can make this play because he's the one with the brainstorm.
Yeah, now Bean sees the Ancient. It's not the greatest. He still needs that base mult to get out of the blind. With enough X mult he can do it, but it might be kind of tricky.
Yeah, and critically, Ancient on hearts for Zaino, so cannot be hearts for Bean here.
Mm-hmm.
Until maybe the PvP, but like it doesn't help him necessarily get through the blinds right now.
No. Let's see, yeah, Bean in the big
We're gonna
blind.
see maybe some quick crotch math here from Zaino as he gets that pen and paper in his lap again. Making sure that this clears.
It's important math. That's why I just have a
Some would
calculator
argue
on my
most
desk.
important. Right. Well, I don't know. It's possible if you set it in your lap, you might get better value off of it, but Zaino's the expert, not me.
This is true. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this should be enough. It should be about 6,300. I was wrong. The foil. Dang it. I was so close.
It's closer than I would have gotten. There's now video evidence, thanks to Balatro Jeopardy, that I cannot do math, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. So instead of doing math, I just shame everyone else for doing math.
And you got
My
it, right?
coping mechanism.
If they're embarrassed enough, then they won't do it.
Yeah, exactly. That hangman coming in for Zaino going to be going to be clutch for, again, this rather ambitious play of trying to set up as many glass cards in as many suits as possible.
I think if Zaino was up a life here, he would probably just pick one suit and go all in and skip whenever Ancient hits.
Yes.
But being even on lives, it gets a little bit more tricky. You don't want to skip and you want to win. It's a high card seed anyway.
Completely agree. I think that's... Oh, you and Nandre both. Okay, good draw here from Zaino for not having to worry too much about risking... Wait, but okay.
Oh.
I mean, still, I mean, he's a braver man than me. I'm just getting out with that 4 of a kind there myself, but there's a reason why I am no longer in the playoffs. So
It's going for max greed.
yeah, and again, those are it's those small things that make big differences here. And just trust his deck. There's a lot of jacks in there. Not letting past frustrations cloud his judgment here. And we see Bean taking the Baron, so it's clearly a high card seed. This is his path back in this.
Gotta be.
I'm surprised he grabbed that at all, but
I am too.
I mean, out of the DNA very quickly. But again, it's just DNA is kind of lackluster on its own. You will kind of like similar to maybe a Perkio. You really want some of those copy jokers in order to like increase the value you're getting off of it. Otherwise, you're just, 1 card per round isn't really making good progress like it is for Zaino right now. Unfortunate lack of death target here, but does get a jack for the wild card. Another
Is
play that you can
helpful.
only make because you have the DNA with the brainstorm. And we're about to reach new
People.
territory in these shops for Zaino.
We've seen what damage one roll can do. Let's see what a couple can do. Ooh.
Midas Mask, a little bit clunky with all this glass right now.
Mhm.
Death is a big deal.
There it is.
yeah, that's
Also-
very nice.
That's
and then
a bigger
rebate.
deal. And very critically, Ancient Joker check on clubs for Zaino. That is the suit he's building towards. This is, I mean, even without the brainstorm, this is very likely an easy life for Zaino to take here.
Yeah.
He's in a great
so
spot.
many different pieces coming together right now.
Has so many of these glass jack of
Seemingly,
clubs.
yeah.
This death could be a hold for a period of time. Like, you could just say, you know what, I'll see if I need it now. Maybe I can use it in a different PvP to, like, get that 5th jack of spades, maybe.
I think also it's good to save here because then you can full discard and maybe you can death a steel card instead of a glass. But obviously probably doesn't need it here with as much glass as he
I
has.
don't think we're gonna see much of a score from Bean here, even if he does, choose to just let some of this glass rip.
By a hair.
With the 5 of a kind all glass.
Yeah.
Got some levels
Turn
in it.
order, again, we have to say it, did matter here.
Did matter.
And
But
Zaino did
it's
get
still-
$20 from rebate though already.
yes, and none of the glass broke, and just look at this deck from Zaino.
Oh yeah.
That
He's just
is looking
on
nice.
guard.
Oh,
Yeah,
never
2
mind,
breaks.
I lied, 2
Never.
glass broke.
All right.
Now Bean's got to know
Easy.
something's up.
Yeah, we're down a Chad.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
Ooh.
not even able to extract a whole lot of value out of that PvP from Bean. Sock and Buskin, Bean's gonna love to see that with the with the business card right now, but still is down an entire mail-in rebate in addition to the brainstorm. And brainstorm, it also plays nicely with mail-in rebate. This is just one roll has made such a big difference here.
There goes the
Massive
Baron.
difference. Bean did leave that PvP and say, yeah, we're definitely down a Chad.
Uh-oh. I mean, as far as strength of hand goes, the difference, like, Zaino's playing, like Zaino's Joker's up top is a 10x. There's the Chad.
Yes.
The glass itself is what's really doing it with this brainstorm.
Right. And the problem with Bean's read here is that it may be giving him some false hope, especially as this Chad does show up. I was going to say it before it even showed itself, but like there's a decent chance he could think that he's a lot closer than he actually is here, end up risking some glass unnecessarily and getting further behind.
Yeah. And now Zaino has the Chad.
Whoa. But like very awkwardly going to.
Yeah, insta-dropping rebate. That'd be a tough decision.
Yeah. With as much glass as he has.
Right, there's a strong argument for DNA to leave there.
Yeah.
Especially rolling down to $3, but I mean, I didn't even get to utter the sentence going to continue widening this econ gap before he sold his lone remaining econ Joker, so
now Bean is considering a skip for $25. He has 3 double tags. It's actually going to be $75.
Is the
100
consideration at all related to the suit of the ancient? No.
I think he could just skip once.
Just
for $100.
Just wants the money here.
I mean,
it's a lot of money, but
yeah,
there's also a lot of value to be extracted from these blinds. We saw how deeply punished Zaino was last match for skipping 2 blinds. But it, like, with this much money on the table on a white stake run, that same thing could happen with 1 blind being skipped.
Yeah.
That is an awful lot of money coming up. Zaino was still able to make, I think, $18 off his 1 gold seal, so I can kind of see the rebate drop a little more.
Yeah, but that gold seal is going to become increasingly difficult to find if you keep loading up your deck with glass.
It does have 59 cards in it.
And is continuing to alternate between suits.
Yeah.
I think has a decent chance whether it's spades or clubs at this point. So, 2 out of 3 of the. I mean, even has some diamonds that are glass. So I think as long as maybe we see 2 out of 3 times, you're just set here. Everything but hearts he has, and hearts is the only thing it can't hit.
Being in a bit of a tricky spot. Does have the flush, which should be enough.
Yeah, I think on white stake, once you get ancient and even just a few re-triggers, you're fairly safe into the blinds. Even with especially with 4 flush levels. But even with fewer flush levels than that.
Ancient hits diamonds. He has 3
diamonds is
Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah, probably his worst hit, but still, going to put him in a better spot than Bean going into the PvP here. Who Bean with only a couple of those glass diamond jacks and no DNA to make more.
Yeah, not much in these shops. $100
Could
will
be
come into
possible.
play next ante.
The Emperor gives him a star.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a big stars card. Another thing to consider, the density of jacks in Zaino's deck makes idle, which is a big hit, a bigger hit for Zaino.
Yeah.
Welcome. Why is there so much RNG in our games? The amount of green text I've seen in this set?
It is quite a bit. I cannot deny that.
Yeah, Bean is out of the DNA.
Yeah. Oh, whoopsies.
Yeah, been out of it for a while, and you know, I think in any instance other than maybe this Ancient Joker, probably would be more rewarded for it, but the Ancient Joker a little punishing here.
Well, here's the hand for Zaino. Flush 5 of glass.
Yep. Can't complain about bottom decking if you just draw it immediately.
And now Bean has a tricky spot of you want to make your opponent play glass with the turn order. You don't want to play glass yourself, but if you don't play glass, then you probably just lose.
Yeah, and Zaino in a similarly tricky spot where not able to get or extract any value off of this gold seal because, you know, doesn't know how much he needs to score here. Might want
Got the turn order on me.
to have the steal in hand just in case.
Just the way the cards fall.
Now, does Bean play the glass on 2 lives? You might think you have to.
Oh yeah, I think that
Oh boy.
it feels really bad, but
And over on Zaino's
this
screen, 985x on the Ancient.
yeah, we see Zaino looking down, doing more of that crotch math maybe, and going to determine whether or not he needs this extra piece of glass instead of the
Why is
the
it gotta
gold
be
seal.
complicated, man?
Of
It's
course.
always gotta be complicated.
A lot of 2 to the exponents here.
I mean, he
Yeah.
definitely doesn't, but it is hard
If we
to.
lose this, we are
Right.
Figure it
one,
out
but
as
I
soon as
also
you
have
get up in these digits.
$100 coming.
And then there's also the complication of then you aren't chatting
So,
glass and like
Hopefully he doesn't just have the flush 5, which is 4x better.
I feel like it's just always this. It's gotta be this.
I think with your opponent potentially going down to 1 more life here, you just send it. You've got DNA. You may
Should
not even
like
need any more
E10 here.
diamonds in this. Yeah.
E12.
It was
Well,
that.
What was that?
Wow.
Alright.
Good luck.
All right. I mean,
That's a lot of money.
3 lives
$122.
to take, but Bean is going to get $122 here. If there's a way back in it, it's with money.
Wow.
Yeah, and that skip
And
alone
so-
is going to make up the econ difference of the total spent.
That's
Yes.
it's such a ridiculous cash out in a multiplayer game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen what big bulks of rerolls can do in a single ante, right? Because there is no order installed here. If you get deeper, the difference in this match already is 1 shop deeper in 1 ante. If you can do that now to get, if there's something critical, you know, multiple points deeper in the shop for Bean, this is his way back in it. It's going to be tough because you don't have much time on only 1 life.
Oh, there's the mime. Bean smiles knowing it was really high card all along.
I mean, it's never.
Okay,
It's
no,
it
it's
could have been high card for Bean, but that's still not beating what Zaino's
No,
throwing
it's
out
not.
here.
It's not. Speculative Bloodstone.
I mean, Bean is the one built into hearts, but that's. I mean, he just simply knows that's not enough to make up ground here.
Onk is, I mean, would maybe match him on 1
Yeah,
Joker.
you could find, if you find an idol, that Onk on the sock and buskin could be something.
Yeah.
I think that I think it's a desperation play, but that read on the Sixth Sense is a great play from Bean, knowing where he is in this match and how far behind he is. In order to catch up, you need something like Onk into Sock and Buskin into Idle.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe it would have paid off for Zaino to do the math and score a little less.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bean wouldn't be so sure he's behind. I mean, what was he behind? Like 10,000x?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't realize last time. He said it's probably just a Chad. This is a little bit more than just a Chad, especially when Bean's looking at it in his Joker lineup. Here we see Zaino getting to the Sixth Sense.
Maybe contemplating it over the DNA, just because like a single red seal would be, I mean, something. I think we'd rather just have a scoring Joker in that spot, but again, there's a reason I'm not in the playoffs anymore. So what do I know?
Does Zaino just skip as soon as Ancient gets off hearts here?
I think because the other two are just acceptable, right? Hearts is the only one that is a bad hit for Zaino. Everything else is perfectly fine. I think you can just play it out.
Yeah.
Right?
Especially 3-1 on lives. Like, you want to try to make it as likely as possible that you can win, you know, when it comes down to it. I don't know.
Right. Right. I mean, with a brainstorm on a Sock and Buskin, I think even if your Ancient misses with all this glass, you've got a decent chance at still taking it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to
Zaino's
think
so
about...
far ahead, he's getting his steps in right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just once again agonizing over this this decision.
Or he's getting the wife buff to win this game here.
Could be. Maybe getting another birthday delivery, perhaps a cake with candles, and got to blow those out to get his wish to come true for 8-ball to pull up right now.
464 in the deck. Also,
Death for Bean. I mean, no matter how much
maybe not on
glass
the
he
suit.
has, it's...
Yeah, maybe not on the suit he wanted either. So, well, now we can get it on that suit, but probably has to wait until the PvP. Because I think the lone out here for Bean is simply just idle. It is idle on a hit with glass and being able to fix into that. Zaino, on the other hand, does decide to skip the Sixth Sense, which makes sense to me. At least 6 of them.
Going around. Money as well for Bean. He's going to need that. And just thinking on Zaino's perspective, how do you lose this game? You lose this game if you start skipping and there's something good in the shop.
Yeah, and Bear's point earlier, almost in reverse here, because Bean hasn't thrown a scoring hand in quite a while. Zaino has no sense of his score since the Sock and the Chad have shown up. So from Zaino's perspective, like depending on what this Ancient, it could just be Ancient missing for Bean all this time, and he could very well be capable of the same type of scoring that Zaino's been putting up.
That's true. I would think he's pretty confident he's up the brainstorm, but it's still pretty unclear what Bean has at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and very critically, this Ancient hitting hearts specifically on the big blind effectively means that Zaino cannot miss on this Ancient going into the PvP.
Yeah.
Like there is no bad hit here. I think he's got 5 of each of the remaining suits. So unless a magical amount of glass breaks here for some reason, like there's There is no whiff available.
Bean
is for
does
Bean.
have so much money to find something here.
Yeah, that rebate's critical. This photograph may not, well, probably is deeper than Zaino's going to see. There's no real econ on Zaino's side, but it's not alone enough to make up the difference here.
Yeah.
Bloodstone comes back, but Ancient on clubs, which is just brutal for Bean, not only because it whiffs so hard for him, but because that's one of the ones, well, I think that was the one that Zaino was initially playing into, so he's got a lot of clubs available to him.
Yeah.
And he gets the good news. Sees the Bloodstone. That's the first Bloodstone.
Yep.
So not the same one that Bean's deciding between right now.
There's the third Bloodstone for Bean. Think of the uncommon blocks.
At this point, yeah, I was gonna say at this point you're getting punished for not taking it just a block.
Nothing in the rolls. Oof.
Yeah, this is not what Bean needed, and I don't see a world where he's able to take this anymore.
Mm-mm.
I don't think that Zaino's going to get deep enough for that photo, though, so that's...
Yeah.
But I don't see that mattering.
The only way is Zaino's got, what is this, 25 jacks in the deck with 65 cards in the deck. If we see one of the worst bottom decks we've ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's possible.
I don't.
5 discards.
With 5 discards, 4 hands.
Yeah,
He
she
does have
does.
1 Jack of Clubs, a Justice Death, but that's just not enough.
Oof.
Perhaps one of these.
Perhaps. I mean, Bean just knows he's down 10,000x.
Yeah, massive tone shift from Bean from the previous games, but does have a lot of experience in tournament play, so I don't think it's going to disrupt his mental too much.
No, I think as soon as he clicks that start game for the next one, he's going to be thinking about that game, not this one.
I get it.
And look at this hand queued up from Zaino.
Oh.
Oh, with a steel draw too.
Yeah, that's tricky.
It's beautiful. I really love the way he got to play this game. It's like
Yeah.
pretty unique to be able to build into 3 suits at the same time.
And I think the decision to choose 3 instead of
My
all
turn
4
now.
just means that, again,
Correct.
you going into the big blind as if it's hearts, basically it limits the number of times that you have to skip, even if you do want to skip. So it's, I think, a very clever play that using what is currently selected could be a good indicator as to whether or not you want to skip.
Yeah.
How big a number do we get on this hand from Zaino?
Oh boy. I think it should be about the same.
Yeah, so another E12.
Here it is. A little bit smaller than that E12.
I think it's
I mean,
the same.
still
but
a
not
very good showing
obviously
from
the
Bean.
same
Gave
vein.
himself a chance to come back into this with that skip, but just being down a brainstorm for so long is so punishing.
Yep, you were up a copy Joker. That's what I thought. Holy,
the
that's a lot
glass.
of glass. Why couldn't it just hit hearts?
the deck.
Super cringe here.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
well.
Look at that deck.
I just
Yeah, I got.
Incredible
I mean,
deck.
Yeah,
I
I
can't-
could have hit hearts. And you know what's funny is I realized halfway through, I'm like, why the heart bloodstone came up? I'm like, wow, I'm an idiot. That was the one.
I saw like
I'm
3
gonna leave a suit
Bloodstones.
out. Yeah, yeah. It came up twice.
Yikes,
22
man.
glass at the end.
Where was the brainstorm?
A third of
It
his
was,
deck.
And-
you had to roll a singular time in ante 2. I thought for sure you had it. Yeah.
Unlucky.
That's it. Did you?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
obviously.
Well,
we
that
see a
doesn't
big
feel
score
as good. I
difference as a
thought
result of
like
the
you got
brainstorm,
out of
but
DNA early, and I
the
got.
value generation that it provided cannot be overstated. That
Yeah.
that just gave so much extra ammunition to Zaino, to the point where it made I think Bean
Piccolo.
rightfully sold out of the
Piccolo.
DNA, because without that brainstorm, it's just not super helpful.
Yeah.
Damn.
Run it back on high stakes again.
Yeah. Yeah, you and I had a historically bad high stakes seed in, I think, in season 1. So
That was terrible.
yeah, and we do go abandoned deck green stake. So
For game number 4.
yeah, a little bit, moving away from the plan a little bit in terms of raising the stakes, but going towards a deck that I know Zaino has a lot of experience on, in abandoned deck, and maybe feels like he can get an advantage there, rather than increasing the blind scaling that seems to kill him if on a higher average than most other players.
Yeah. Investment skip early on. Pretty good on green stake. We're not getting the money out of that small blind anyway. Does make it harder to potentially afford the voucher.
Yeah, fortunately not the most important voucher for an anti-1 play. It might be considered for a skip anyway.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody wants it, it's Zaino with his love of 8-ball. Again, maybe forgetting to check the blinds here, or just preparing to set up for a flush house into the PvP with his moon.
Yeah, Bean looks like he forgot to check.
Oh, yeah, that's Bean. We thought maybe Zaino did. Bean definitely did here. I think the plan was fully draw a flush house, beat the blind.
Riffraff again.
Yeah.
I think you can still get through just with the base level, so never punished, but
Ooh, this is an interesting buffoon pack. Ooh.
Wow,
This
so
is-
many options.
Yeah,
So many.
we're
yeah, this whole shop is obscenely good, right? That Sixth Sense is
Yeah.
valuable. The trio is you're scoring to get through. There's an overstock. Like, without that investment tag, this creates some very difficult decisions to be made.
Yeah.
And instead, you just get everything because that's the power of the anti-1 investment tag. Finally, a difficult decision here. Glass gold seal versus blue seals.
That is tough. Gold seals, I feel like if it wasn't glass, would definitely be a pickup.
Yeah.
Because you want to be able to re-trigger that card, but you can't just play it one off in the blinds now, because it could break on you.
Right.
Being there a little risky. Bought the overstock
we're
with nothing
getting-
in the shop.
The exact same line out
Mhm.
of that shop.
I think the one potential point of deviation here is what card gets selected here. I think Bean went with the blue seal.
Blue seal.
Immediate deja vu.
Deja
Oh my
vu.
God.
This seed is so much right away.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no world on abandoned deck that Zaino doesn't get that Sixth Sense hit.
Yeah. We draw 3 in
Also,
the first
to-do
hand.
list. To-do list on Full House with the Zany Joker, causing Bean to sell out of this so that he can potentially extract a bit more value here.
Yeah. I like it. You can then play 2 full houses.
Great read here.
Whoa. Discarded the 2 pair.
Okay, so we
Putting
do see the
another-
deviation. Zaino gets the glass card. Bean took the blue seal. It does hit the full house.
And yeah, Zaino played a flush there. Because
Yeah, that's-
of
Got
the
the to-do list
desync. Yes.
desync.
I see.
Oh, interesting. So
Ooh, and a face card in the standard pack with the red seal up top. That might be the card to play for. Or
I believe
in
these
skips.
cases do get drawn for the 3 of a kind.
Oh.
Polychrome Ace.
That's a good
That's
target
another
for the
good
red seal.
target. Also, Bean took the 2, like considering hack on abandoned deck. 1 strength away.
Yeah. 8-ball as well with 4 8s in the opening hand.
Oh my
Not
god.
bad.
I think we know where Zaino's Deja Vu is going to go.
Yeah. I mean, he'll be able to open up one, but not both of these packs, so he won't see much of
I
anything.
think it's possible we can sell the to-do list or even
Oh.
the moon and
Yeah,
get
there
the
we
second
go.
one.
But I think, yeah. There we go.
There is a red seal. Oh my, he
Takes
goes
the
for
purple right away.
Whoa.
Well, and keeps the both players keeping the rebate on high card, and look at Zaino's face after this.
Yeah. He's gonna deja vu the 10, and the Sixth Sense hit here is a purple seal. So.
And I think just locking in on the long-term plan to short-term, these 8s can still generate value for deck building, but long-term is going to be 1 strength, make that a jack, look for photo Chad.
Mm-hmm.
This whole match so far has been 8-ball propaganda. 3 out of 4 games.
It's kind of crazy.
And Zaino going to need a little bit more here to get out of the blind.
This win for Bean? Level 2? Yes. It does.
Level 2 with the steal.
The steal will do it.
And I think we're going to see Zaino make a flush house. Picks up some glass as well.
Nice. Ooh.
Wait.
Not a
No
flush
flush
house, just a full house.
Okay.
And
Making the
really-
flush house available for
Really
the
prepping
PvP,
to build
maybe.
into the 10s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Negative face card.
This seat
a
has
little bit
everything
earlier.
you could ever ask for.
Yeah, except for enough
But-
money to purchase everything.
On abandoned deck, is it even worth to pick up, even though it's negative?
That's what I'm wondering. I think it might be a skip here.
It's a lot of money.
Well, not right now. It costs a lot of money. It doesn't generate a whole lot.
Right,
Until
yeah.
you get set up a little bit better.
And even then, it's kind of tough, because usually on abandoned deck, you want to be playing those cards if you're going to make them.
Right. I do think it's getting close to time to get out of this riffraff. Where Zaino's going to want to keep that 8-ball. There's the strength. Unfortunately, only some 7s to hit. But
7s for 8s is good, and considering the 5 to the 6 for the Sixth Sense, I think that's definitely a way that, you could get ahead, is by having more Sixth Sense procs than your opponent.
and we do see a slight deviation here. Zaino goes with a gold card to try and get golden ticket online, whereas Bean goes for the jokers that he already has available to him. There's strength and 1 reroll away. It looks like maybe out of reach for Zaino, but Bean building into what his deck currently does, which is the 8s and the 6s. Zaino going for a longer term play. And potentially not going to see the strength if he picks up the faceless.
Yeah, C-Dubs was saying in chat that Zaino said he plays abandoned different. He likes to push for face cards where other people will take a risk and go into like hack and stuff. What do you think about playing that way in general on abandoned?
I mean, both plays are have inherent risks involved in them. The risk of not doing it is that you get punished because photo chat is common. The risk of doing it is that you don't get the strength at the right time and you are sort of anemic in your scoring up until that point. We saw in game 1, maybe if the life losses were a little bit different, or if Zaino was able to roll a little bit further, he would have gotten rewarded for playing into face cards over Bean. It just simply didn't work out for him. So if the shops are as generous with the photo chat this time around, it could be very rewarding for Zaino to make this play.
Bean has another strength in hand he could use on 2 5s. He's gonna do the same thing, a 7 and a 5.
Yeah, and Zaino opting to give up purple seal value
here's the
in
real
order
test.
to give himself a chance at making a flush house here.
Okay,
Ecto coming off of the Sixth Sense.
That's pretty
Oh, we
good.
could have another negative 8 ball.
Yeah, as you said, it's a good-looking Joker, but I do think that hovering over the sell button here, probably not.
Yeah. Yeah, Bean needs to find a way to use this deja vu.
Oh,
It's been
sixes.
blocking a slot
Good
for a
other
while.
factors.
Now that's
11 cards in the
six.
deck, he still can't do it. Zaino's not going to get 6
Anyway.
cents value here.
No, it was definitely six.
No, I don't know that. I think the only reason Bean was able to is because of the strength earlier. I don't know that the PvP is the time to try and get
This
value
guy's
off
so
of that type of
lucky
thing.
he bottom decked the 6. I got an Ecto. Holy turn order.
You got $2, Bean.
It's true. It's big. There's the card. Does he glass it now? If he's going to play it,
think with
probably not.
I think with the steal, it may be worth just hanging on to.
What's better? Okay, you're... It's
And
so
it's
hard when you have
2.25x either way.
X molt, but then the flat molt. Because then you can't.
Right.
Does Zaino just play a pair here? For potential
I-
8-ball procs?
I mean, he doesn't know it, but that's the line he needs to take here.
I think it's just worth it.
Okay.
Does also have the opportunity to
That's tough.
maybe play a pretty anemic flush.
Now, if you're
I gotta make a
Bean, do you
decision.
glass it
It's
now
worth it.
so you can copy it later?
I think I
Probably.
like that. You have permission not to play it, so
Yeah.
you can instead set it up for the future.
And a death. Wow. Very
Oh, boy.
rewarded for using it there.
Alright. Tuxin?
Here we go.
And I think more than that, rewarded for playing more 8s throughout the ante
Mm.
than Zaino was.
Yeah.
Because just getting further in that queue, right? They have essentially the same decks, so they had the
Mhm.
same opportunities to play towards that 8-ball, and it's the same seed, so that 8-ball could have just as easily spit out a that death for Zaino had he played more 8s.
Yeah. New 6th Sense proc. Ecto.
There's the Ecto. Is 6 Sense a game long queue, or is that
I was
just?
just going to say, I thought it was anti-based, but I guess I'm not
I
certain
thought it was
now.
too, so I think it may have just been a coincidence.
Is Bean going to get a second Ecto? Anti-based, okay.
I guess that'll. Yeah. That'll confirm it, or we can just rely on intelligent chatters that have actually looked at the code.
Hmm. Here we go. Bang.
There it is.
That was
A
at
little bit
least
of
a
tilt for
40-degree
being there.
head tilt from being there. That is
Yeah,
that's rare.
that is rare, and something that's not rare is that Zaino might need a little bit of help getting out of this blind right now, and this this stone card may do it. Okay, no, the draw will do it. You got to sell this Ecto, because surely you believe in the 8-ball, right?
Surely.
Doesn't believe in it
draws
enough.
the red seal.
That's true. So
Ooh.
another thing to consider is that the 8-ball and purple seals share a tarot engine queue.
Mhm.
So Zaino not discarding that purple and instead you trying to use it for the flush house may have cost him a death there.
Oh, that's a good
Ooh.
pull for Zaino.
Yeah, it is.
That's a great pull for Zaino.
Can Bean find
But-
the ace?
Yeah, it does. If he finds the ace, that's going to be a real big deal. And if this glass breaks, it's also going to be a real big deal here. But I mean, you've got to get yourself out of this blind.
Yeah. No breaks?
It should break. I think Zaino has played some glass earlier. Yeah, that could have been last match.
You know, thinking about selling out of something for this Cardo?
It looked like he was considering pulling out of something for the Ecto, but I don't know what you would want Ecto to land on in this spot.
Wood Death is nice in the purple.
Ooh, there's the death he was missing earlier.
Oh,
And a big whiff from Bean here. I mean, he had more of these aces than Zaino did those tens.
yeah.
That's pretty unlucky.
And he draws 2 club aces, but not the 2 glass ones, the 2 other club aces.
Exactly. That is a really, really unfortunate run out for Bean here. And you know, we saw last game how quickly just a few additional pieces of glass can snowball. Again, look up at the top of the overlay. 5-2 right now is the glass score.
Mhm. And now Bean gets to make a bit of a decision. Do you put a red seal on the 10 and maybe have face cards as a backup? Do you take the blue
Yeah.
seal and go all in on that? On the
Well, he
ace
doesn't
of
know
spades?
yet.
Chad.
With the
Got a
Chad
Chad
showing
in the
up,
top.
Oh,
you're gonna want to have the opportunity to make face cards, but again, this information isn't available to him right now, so opting for the cryptid instead.
and I mean, some extra planet levels with all the glass we're going to be playing could also be a big difference. Having that base multi be
Huge.
up there.
Restraint from Zaino here to pick up the death from the fool. Just keeping an eye on what's in your fool is critical here, and Zaino rewarded for it.
Bean's probably
Ooh, and
still
an
going to have
ancient.
8 ball when this Chad shows up, which could be big for him too.
Yeah, but speaking of rewarded, Zaino, that one devil card,
Mhm.
I forget what it was in place of, but just absolutely rewarded here with the golden ticket. That that even if Bean rolls as much, is not going to see.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Surely it
using
doesn't block
Ecto.
it. Oh, on the
I think he
Chad.
is, yeah. Ecto on the Chad makes sense to me. That's something you're going to keep permanently anyway, and then you can buy the ancient and the golden ticket.
Wow.
I mean, we're down a life right now, so this is you're gonna need to find some supporting pieces soon. But on abandoned deck,
Yeah.
your draws run out a little bit better, so you can eat that Ecto with a little bit more comfort.
And
I like
Bean
it.
does
Very
not
decisive.
draw- Sorry, go ahead.
Clear path to victory.
Yeah, I think we
Mhm.
could have seen a very similar play if that were an. We definitely, without hesitation, would have seen an Onk there if that were the play or what got run out there from the Sixth Sense. Another thing to consider is that Zaino had the Chaos the Clown. It's entirely possible Bean
Yeah.
doesn't see this next roll, but does have better econ than Zaino, so probably won't have too
Oh,
much
yeah.
trouble running it. Yeah,
Business card is not a great block, I guess, from the golden ticket. You'd much rather
Yeah.
have the golden ticket on Zaino's side.
yeah. I mean, golden ticket is twice as good as the business card, and well, I guess 4 times as good because you only hit 50% of the time on the business card anyway. So
Oh, well, when Bean has no face cards, it's infinity times as good.
that's true. That's true. Unfortunately, Zaino does at this time only have the 1 gold card, but is still. The overlay shows him up 3 pieces of glass, but it's really only 2 because of the one of those isn't the red seal 10, but also has the death up top, so that could be a you know, that would make a full or flush 5 with those red seal 10s.
Hello.
Yeah.
Surely this just works out.
There we go. $12 from the high card.
It always does.
Always.
Both players on clubs this match, so like variance related to the
And I thought I was
the
gonna get
Ancient Joker
trouble
shouldn't
here.
matter as much.
Mm-hmm.
170 is pretty big.
Not. All right, Bean. You know what I meant.
Zaino plays all this
Could get another
glass.
death
Bean's
off
probably
this.
going to think he's down a copy Joker.
Oh, I think there's probably no
Oh.
reason to play all this glass after that
Yeah. Oh
death
my
pickup when
gosh.
he draws it out. Oh my god.
A flush
Wow.
5 of glass. Second PvP. Okay, here it goes. How much of this
Just
breaks?
sending.
Yeah, even with less hand size.
Hmm.
2
Oof.
breaks.
Making things complicated.
Little
now,
painful,
aren't
that's-
you?
But the thing is, he's still ahead of being on glass, even with those breaks.
Could Bean do it? I don't know if it's enough.
15 million. It's a big number.
Maybe if the Ancient
mean,
was lined
Bean's-
up.
Yeah, Bean's glass is better. Does have the 3x from the trio, but like one of those pieces of glass should break on Bean's side, and maybe,
Yeah.
yeah,
if
at
not
least
both.
one. And then I think he was going into this slightly ahead in the queue because he did play a glass card to get out at one point.
Mhm.
Critically does hit the death up top, so doesn't lose out on too much of the progress that Zaino has made.
This,
The Chad 8-ball starting off 0 for 9, I think.
Yeah.
That's
That might-
about average, I think.
It's the extra swashbuckler value from the faceless. I'm not gonna lie. It really put it over the edge.
right.
Ooh, there's some glass. That's a full house. Does that win?
Yeah, something like that.
Does have some levels on it.
Oh, $20 is nice.
$20 makes up for the lack of or short term makes up flush house here.
Full house is
Um,
leveled.
Full house, but still worse, but
gotta do
does
some math.
get better because you get to keep a blue seal in hand.
All
That's
right,
a nightmare.
this is 9. Each of these is 9x. 9. 91.
Yeah, the poly
just get
does
there.
make a pretty big difference here. It's like the Ancient Joker hits, even though it
Do I
didn't.
want to get there? Is this more? Well, it'd be this.
I don't know how to do the math
It's
here.
1.5, 115 ships. This is
Also up
just
the
more.
3x from the trio.
Yeah, the trio I think closes this gap
Oh, but I could
a
get
fair amount.
full
That almost
house
makes up
level
for one of the
other
red
way.
seals.
Is this enough?
The
3x as well. I can't bother.
I think he
I
might
can't
have it.
bother actually
The
doing
chip
I think it
as
might be
well?
close because
We'll ship
the
it.
foil isn't irrelevant either.
Okay.
But it is
50
going to be
chips.
painful here. I think 2 of these still will hit or will break.
Just one. And it wins.
One. It wins significantly.
Alright.
So
What do you do with Zaino? You just played a flush 5 of red seal glass and lost in the second PvP.
I think what you assume is that there's an Ancient Joker hit for being there. That's the easy assumption. I think it's off, but that's a very critical life for Bean to take here. I think Zaino's maybe got an advantage in glass density, but the quality of glass is higher for Bean right now.
Yeah, the polychrome doing a lot there.
Yes, especially the one retrigger on the Chad. If something like a Dusk were in that place or involved at all, that might favor Zaino a little bit more just because he played more of the glass.
Mhm.
But getting the retriggers on that one card made up for the gap of 2 additional pieces of glass there.
And now the ancient
I think
hits
this is
clubs
another-
for Bean.
Yeah, that's another really awkward time for Zaino to hit his suit. We saw this, I think it was in the second game, where Ancient was involved. It was consistently hitting spades for Zaino on the small blind, and we talked about how that is maybe the worst possible time it could hit.
It's a tough choice to skip here because, like, you have the extra Joker slot from Ecto and the ticket to afford the rerolls for it. But if you skip here, you're just not going to get the chance.
Right. I think that there's no world where Zaino is allowed to skip in this spot, I think.
We'll see. Yeah, Zaino needs to fill those Joker slots to, have
Right.
the advantage of that ectoplasm.
Does get maybe slightly unpunished by, first of all, drawing this gold card. That's a big deal in a situation where you only have one. But also immediately gets the hand size voucher back to offset the Ecto hand size loss.
Yeah.
And kind of unfortunately for Zaino right now, Ancient landed on clubs. A lot of his clubs are monopolized by these... ooh, big devil. But are monopolized by the Red Seal 10s right now. But that devil is a massive, massive get for Zaino right now. It's $12 every time a gold card is played.
Yeah. I mean, the gold cards you would expect to be better, especially in the, long term, than maybe a lucky card with the 1 in 15 chance, but Bean got another hit that last blind. He got one in the PvP, got one here, $40 from the lucky cards. Keeping up with the golden ticket.
And it's a small thing, but Zaino has that even Steven in the wrong spot. Is going to want to change that for the PvP, getting it before the Ancient Joker. When base levels are kind of limited as they are right now, that could be a big difference going into this PvP.
Mm-hmm.
Midas Mask in the shop as Zaino picks up a random king. Pretty big deal.
It's got 2 Joker slots to fill.
Exactly. Sun in the inventory while you're going into the Heart Ancient Joker. So could turn that king into a heart, use it for the scoring as well as the money.
Mm-hmm. You're just trying to get as many levels as possible here. Like we said before, the base malt level is going to play a huge role when everybody's playing all this glass.
I mean, we've already seen what the flat scoring assistance can help. First of all, Bean had a lot of levels in Full House going into that, but also the foil cards kind of played a similar role by offering him something for that Ancient Joker to actually multiply, right? Like the multiplication is good, but you have to have a strong foundation to multiply by, or you're not really making a big number here. And these flush house levels are going to do good work in that. Has to sacrifice one to keep the world in case of the Ancient Joker hit, but it's everything but the suit that he needs.
Yep. Ooh, another Red Seal ace. Maybe.
Yeah, it'd be hard to turn down, but his other aces are quite a bit better right now, but they are fragile as well.
It also gives you something to use more of your tarots on with the 8-ball and the Chad. We're hopefully going to be getting more than none. So if you do get a Justice or something like that, it could be good.
Yeah, on Zaino's side, we do see a strength get used to turn one of the 10s into a jack to get some more Midas Mask golden ticket value, and there's the money hit from
20
Zaino. He's
bucks.
pitching up.
I mean, whether or not photograph shows up here is just like gonna make a huge difference in this game.
Yeah.
100%. That wild card could be useful. Whiff for both players, but Zaino going into this this final shop with a little bit more money right now, so maybe gets to roll deeper and finds himself a stars card that Bean won't be able to see.
Bean finding the rebate. That's a pretty good econ joker, especially on abandoned deck. Both players down below 40 cards in the deck. Yeah, here's that econ gap right here. Zaino finding this rebate with $75 left. Bean only has 11. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Oh,
The extra
I mean,
3 rerolls.
yeah, that's the golden ticket difference. This was a very, very difficult but critical decision that Zaino made early, sacrificing a high value tarot card. I think it was a strength that made a lot of sense for the jokers that you had in order to get a single devil card
Yeah.
that enabled this golden ticket. That's a very, very difficult decision to make, and one that is just huge here, and the reason why he has that dusk.
It's not cooperating. It's doing the thing
Yeah.
again.
Zaino's legumming that he
Are
has
we
8
gonna
ball
do
again.
this? I think so.
If I had a nickel.
If, at a certain point, like,
You gotta
Bean's
be,
going
you gotta
to
be
know
there
not
for
to
him,
believe
though.
a word that he says. You were talking earlier about how
You're
Zaino
the
said
one who
that
said it. If you
about,
believe,
about Bean's yapping,
you'll
but
lock in.
Surely.
and this dusk with the glass lead is potentially going to favor Zaino. He doesn't have quite enough of a gap in glass to offset the polychrome just yet, but long term, that's a really big deal.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a dusk. It's an uncommon joker. The money, I think, is more worrying. Being on 4
Yes.
lives has a lot of time to find something like a dusk. But if Zaino finds it as well, then Bean's not really getting ahead with all that time that he has.
Yeah, and this Ancient Joker actually being the thing not cooperating for Zaino
This is really
is going to
annoying how I
make
got
it
this
tough
draw.
if he falls down to 1 life here.
yeah, I had a juggler for a little bit, and I really miss it. But the voucher this ante helped.
Mhm.
The final draws panned out pretty well for Zaino here. I'm not gonna lie. Like getting all of the gold cards played. Some of that is restraint and patience with his discards, but some of it is just, you get lucky sometimes.
I am a little stressed here having to play all your glass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but on 2 lives up a dusk that you may think that your opponent didn't see because Zaino's been rolling a lot more aggressively, not even when he has, or even without the econ advantage, so I think you got to capitalize on that. Only one break.
I guess I just try for this and see what happens.
Bean looking at his last score doesn't know if this score beats it. Maybe with those flush house levels.
That doesn't help.
Yeah, and like is fairly close if his draws pan out, which they should, because we saw Zaino only miss 2 cards, but he has a smaller hand size than Bean. That
Yeah, Bean does bottom deck 1, but I don't believe it's an important one here. Yeah.
well, no, he's still got one more hand at
Excuse
least.
me, yeah. Does this win? 26 base malt. With the foil chips? He
Alright.
might not think so.
By a
And
smidge.
he doesn't.
I think if you're uncertain,
Alright.
up on 4
Mhm.
lives,
Look.
there's no reason to take the risk. So
Yeah.
good
This
restraint
ancient feller
from being
needs
there.
to lock.
One of those probably would have
in.
broken. So
Okay, wasteful, I guess.
Yeah, I
Rebate
think
hits 10s,
we're-
which is decent.
here, Bean talking about the ancient needing to lock in.
We'll go just
He may not know
eights
that he's down the
and
dusk right
twos,
now
full house
and
to
could
get
just
out.
think that, they played towards different suits. Big death pickup for Zaino.
Huge. Yeah, this is just like the last game, not knowing he's down a brainstorm until much
Dice.
later.
Okay. Okay.
So that death undoes
6
the
eights.
breakage that we saw from Zaino. Still ahead on glass, but again, the
Is it
glass
this guy
quality
gone
is
or
worse.
this guy?
So
Probably
Tough to
with
say.
this much game left, it's this guy. But also, we're in such similar spots that the trio is kind of the difference maker.
the problem becomes is if even something like a copy Joker shows up, Bean might think that gives him a little bit of additional ground, but that just
It also helps
that
him
might be
survive the
advantage Zaino just because
blinds.
of the
20,000's
the
quite a
ability to
lot.
copy the dusk,
We'll
which is the
have
better scoring
econ from
option
all
right
this.
now, and then also
The
being able to
most I'm
copy
missing out on
the
is $30.
the golden
and I'm
ticket
gonna
is just
have
going to
discard my
fuel
twos.
some econ. So, Bean being down a very, very high quality utility option, maybe doesn't want the blueprint brainstorm to show up.
The lovers
players
on the
talk to you.
red seal.
Yeah, that'll help.
Then
That turns that almost into basically into a non-red seal glass card with the ancient. Both players opting for this all 6s. It makes a lot of sense from Bean's perspective. Not only are lucky cards a big source of his econ, but has the 8 ball as well. So Zaino maybe just using it speculatively in case the 8 ball comes back around because that's his one and only true love, but also potentially getting some decent value off of the lucky cards with it.
yeah.
Oh, he just does
As we
right
see.
away.
Yeah, immediate 23.
The advantage that Bean would have is if his 8 ball locks in and he's able to get some more deck fixing online for less money spent than Zaino with all the money he's going to be able to roll with.
Yeah,
But,
getting
it's not doing much.
right, getting some glass could be big for him. I think both players thinking that the other is on a suit other than clubs right now, or on a suit other than the one that they have. So there's a little bit of kind of weirdness with that, where like Ancient Joker hitting might give Bean some false hope, but it may just be advantage Zaino because of the dusk now.
Yeah. Does Bean use the strength on these aces to try to get 2s now?
Does have
Could
a
be
lot of
something.
2s that would open up hack as a possibility. You do lose a little bit of your flush house potential, but you can make up for
Mhm.
that because you're on abandoned deck. You have those 10s. There's you know, there's other ways that you can make that work.
Well, and I feel like eventually you might want to even pivot into flush 5. Or maybe if you strength some aces, then you can go 2s and aces. I don't know.
Yeah, we may see a bit of a at least short-term stalemate here while the players decide whether or not they want to skip here. I think a skip seems reasonable for each of these players.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know it, obviously, but not skipping is basically just conceding this life to your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, assuming that they skip.
Polychrome 8.
Polychrome 8. I mean, still just worse than the Red Seal glass 10s right now
Mm-hmm.
by a wide margin, but
Mm-hmm. You might take the lucky one with the dice. Yeah.
yeah, and does make a little bit more sense for Bean to snag an 8 here with the 8 ball still in tow.
Mm-hmm.
Is it ever a campfire angle for Zaino with this golden ticket?
I think it's pretty good.
Oh, that's a good option.
I think so too. 3 lives is still a lot though, and that's a lot of econ to burn. Huge
Oh my
death.
gosh. Zaino draws his red seals in the pack with the death again, and Bean did not.
Yeah, I mean those types of things snowball. So we do see Zaino lose a little bit of value here off of that campfire, but trying to get a little bit more hallucination value, I think, in exchange. But
Bean's
between the
considering
rebate
a
and the golden
skip.
ticket,
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
it's not the worst skip in the world. Spectral skips are really poor as skips, but spectral just because you only get to see 2 spectral cards. But the upside of a lot of spectral cards is pretty high, especially in PvP. So that, coupled with the fact that like you want,
There's a seltzer.
that coupled with the fact that
Wow.
you want to take advantage of the Ancient Joker when it's available to you.
Zaino's gonna sell rebate for the 8 ball and skip.
Yeah, and we do see the skip. I think it's... Oh my god, if this hits Polychrome.
Oh,
No.
so close. All right,
That
here we
would've
go.
been outrageous for Zaino. Both
Let's
players
hit
skip.
both players.
There's going to be no doubt about
I assume
whether...
you skip 2, you're waiting for me to skip.
Yeah,
across.
We're on
we
different
kinda
seats
in a
now.
stalemate there,
It's
huh?
just...
Yeah.
Look at this gold.
I didn't want to wait
8
any
for
longer. I
Zaino,
was like,
though.
whatever. I did it to you already, so.
Justice as well.
Hmm.
And we see a donation on Bean's side, rolling the golden ticket in the alert. Maybe a little bit of BM there.
It's got to be intentional.
So you must have also
And
taken
Bean
that win
ripping the
card
flush
into
house,
the
getting turn order
club's debuffed boss.
locked in.
Surely.
Well, that way the boss didn't come up again.
Right.
Phenomenal
Another
read by
moon
Bean
card.
there.
I was gonna say, if he finds both his red seals, he might strength, and it looks like that's what his plan is.
That's funny.
Yeah. I do think that makes sense as a long-term play.
Mm-hmm. He's got 3 lives for now.
Zaino, unfortunately, does miss 1 gold card this time. That's, you know, a more likely outcome than what we saw in the last run out, but
Alright.
I feel like it's time for our obligatory turn order comment. Zaino has to play all his
Yeah,
glass.
we haven't...
Bean won't.
Right.
He
I
gets
mean,
to
Bean's
keep
just-
the oops probably too.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great point that I'd... Like, not only do you not risk the glass, but you're up a resource. Only one break?
E14.
Could be much worse.
Score.
Mhm.
And that's more than big enough for Bean to know that there's not a chance.
That's no.
Right.
That's two full retriggers he's down.
What do I want?
I've
And I
been
think he's
using-
down a copy joker again.
Again, notepads all day. Feel free to write, like, if you want to do math, take your time. I don't care.
I think we heard Commissioner Zaino step in for just a moment there.
That isn't exactly what I was looking for.
We'll see. I mean, I think we're... Oh, does he play it? He's just calculating, surely. Down 2 re-triggers. Yep.
I think this. Yeah,
All right.
Bean knows. He's got the experience.
See you soon. Oh, pallet, my.
And it's got to be very discouraging from Bean, again, because as we've been talking about, he's kind of been placing the blame on the Ancient Joker missing as why he's losing here, but
Mhm.
getting the realization that he's behind on something.
There's a Red Seal Jack in that pack.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, probably much better for Zaino, being one strength away on all of these glass red cards.
Right, and one gold card away from that, making him a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Zaino, do you try to get out in one to keep the seltzer if Ancient hits, or just give up and get your value every round?
I think that may be exactly what he's debating right now, and that's a really tough call, right? The Dusk Seltzer interaction is kind of gross, and yeah, I think just opting to say, you know what, I'll use the money to find another Seltzer.
I think if Bean was on 1 life, he would probably try to preserve Seltzer. Oh my goodness.
Agreed.
Yes.
Oh,
Again, might be a little bit of false hope from for Bean, right? That he may think that's the resource he's down, and then he's caught up. But as we talked about, that's going to generate a lot of value for Zaino on top of like amplifying the Dusk separation that he already has.
Yeah.
Also, very critically, he found it in the small blind shop, whereas Bean's at best going to find it in the big blind shop. So that's one fewer round that Bean gets to use that blueprint as a value generator.
If we see Ancient hit clubs here, surely Bean doesn't skip again. We already saw it go not his way when he did.
Right. I think Zaino has permission to skip. I do not think that Bean does.
Zaino rolled, I think, twice, maybe 3 times for blueprint, but the shop refreshing does do basically a roll that doesn't show up on the overlay, so Bean should only need to roll once for this blueprint.
Right,
It's
and
$76. He's probably going to roll.
Really getting good value off of this Oops All Sixes.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a death to replenish the glass.
Mhm.
Getting lucky cards to proc for $20. I mean, this is... He knows that this is his way back in it.
Mhm.
Is being able to keep pace with Zaino's money. Is a little bit behind as it stands right now, but you know, that blueprint copying that rebate, that blueprint copying the hanging Chad for more lucky card procs is going to you know, potentially bring him back into this.
I just got to make sure this wins. The plus 20, it should most definitely. Oh yeah. Don't even need the X mult.
There's that death for Zaino, though.
Didn't even need to roll. Oof, and now
And that brings him
24.
back.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that brings him back up to 5 of the Red Seal 10s.
Does this... Oh yeah, 130 with the Ancient definitely wins. $24 every time he plays a high card, gold card with the shad and the blueprint.
Yeah, and then even more on this final hand with the with the dusk involved.
The snowball off of the one gold card being made, as you said, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the difference in total spent right now is entirely downstream of that. Because like Zaino sold out of some great value generators to make the ecto play happen. If that golden ticket doesn't come around, he's likely behind on money for a lot of this game, and is instead just, you know, over $100 beyond what Bean has spent right now, while still generating more money in round.
We're getting to the point now where Bean has forced Zaino to play his glass. You know, a couple PvPs in a row. He's only got 4 of the red seal. Should have guaranteed draw so he can get all 4 with the death. He has 5. But at some point, if Bean is able to catch up on re-triggers, he will outscore with the polychrome.
Yeah, and Bean critically does have 2 outs for that re-trigger. It could, because he's now built into the 2s, it could be it could be both dusk and, to a lesser extent, maybe a hack. Now, because he's so heavily built into Flush House, he still needs to like have other, you know, side hits in order for that hack to be able to re-trigger other cards. So the dusk is probably still preferred, but the fact that the 2s are polychrome, you know, could make up some of that distance as well.
Zaino was considering selling out of 8 ball for Bean there, which I feel like you can't do. It's just like it's a symbolic defeat.
Right. Yeah, you're basically giving the win to Bean's Joker over your own.
Yeah. Bean has already won twice with Zaino's Joker. Can't drop it now.
Could have been an attempt at a flex. The psychic damage. I don't think it's as effective on Bean. Being pretty critically has a strong mental in these games, doesn't let emotion show, at least. That club is interesting for Zaino because now we can take that jack into a club and start working on flush houses if something like a photograph shows up. But as I say that, it immediately sells it. So what do I know?
There it goes.
He had a chance last Annie too to strength before he used a death and go to flush house, but I think he just wanted to stay in flush 5. But I'm surprised he didn't prioritize the jacks.
Right. And especially curious here because I don't like it makes sense for Bean to Bean's kind of forced into flush house for most of this. But I don't think Zaino has many levels on flush 5, so maybe not as pushed towards that specific hand, and maybe could get away with playing into, or just, you know, playing into both hands. Getting that flush house online wouldn't be bad for him.
And now flush house is kind of limiting Bean a little bit because all of his polychrome glass are 2s, but you're not really able to get those levels with the blue seals without playing your glass, and you don't want to do that unless it's the PvP, so it's kind of tricky.
Right. You can't even unlock it without risking the glass, which you don't want to do until the PvPs. So I think because if he gets if he gets 5 of the polychrome red seal glass, you just kind of have to play the flush 5.
Yeah.
And so that's like, it's not a real problem, but it feels bad because you lose a lot of the progress you made on leveling up that hand and, you know, potentially having a way to separate yourself from Zaino.
We see here both players on a similar money level, even though Zaino's printing $24 a gold card. Bean is printing a lot with these luckies.
Yeah, I mean, Bean's been doing a great job of not only recognizing that he should and can keep the oops all 6s, but using it to generate value between the 8 ball and
smeared Joker for Zaino.
Wow. I didn't even consider.
Smeared Joker on spades. Wow.
Will Bean
That-
find it?
I mean, he's not far off on the rolls and has the money to get there,
Mm-hmm.
and has honestly the Joker slots to give for it too. So
Mm-hmm.
if he'll see the Joker, it's a question of does he see the line?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and there's a death in that Emperor for Zaino.
That's not insignificant, but like doesn't matter necessarily for this upcoming PvP.
Yeah. There's the smeared. Bean considers he did just sell the dice, so
Yeah.
maybe the 8-ball is less valuable.
He's gonna sell himself.
Ooh.
Maybe the extra hand size makes it easier to part with the the Bean. We have both hand size vouchers and no ectos on Bean's side.
He probably would have liked to see one here.
True.
Instead,
True.
a bad immolate, not the best Ouija.
It's a fun Ouija. It's like half your deck.
Hmm.
I know that. I think that
This
may
is true.
be what he's looking at here. Just missing maybe a couple critical cards that are pushing him off of the Ouija hit here.
Hmm.
So instead, maybe just going to accept another red seal.
Hmm.
I do wonder if every single one of the polychrome truths were drawn here.
Yeah.
Does he let it rip?
I mean, it's tough because the only benefit is if it hits a face card. You hit like a card that's not hackable and not a face card. It's just like max punish.
Yeah.
Oh. Dice Bloodstone in the same shop.
Wow.
Ancient Joker with extra steps.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's basically Ancient Joker plus smeared. And it's
Oh, there's the
effectively
hack.
same.
Oh boy.
There's one of the re-triggers.
Yeah.
That's what he needed.
yeah. This is a tough call. I think you got to get out of the 8-ball and 2 lives here. But obviously, we can see that as being necessary because of the life total difference right
Yeah.
now. Zaino notoriously not a Bloodstone believer, with or without the oops all sixes. So I'm not
Mhm.
sure what the consideration is here. But this hack maybe gives the advantage back in this game to Bean.
Yeah. I think it
Does
might.
also maybe not if or in this upcoming PvP if the smeared Joker gets sold. This could put Bean down to 1 life by selling this smeared and prioritizing the 8-ball here. Maybe
Oh boy.
even looking at the golden ticket in place of the 8-ball now that he has some gold cards in the mix.
Ooh, this Emperor gives a death and he skips it. He has the world card up top, which is probably what he's thinking with the Ancient on spades, not needing that smear.
Yeah,
but-
and you do have some now a wild red seal foil too, but
I mean, the
with
issue
the dusk,
here,
I don't know if that does enough.
all of Bean's levels are in Flush House.
Right.
And all of his glass would be better played with Flush 5 with this hack.
Yeah.
So it gets kind of tricky.
Yeah, that is why Dusk would be the preferable pickup for him, but you take what you're given. And I do think that's rewards the forward-thinking play that Bean had earlier, strengthening those aces into 2s.
Gonna do him into 3s to keep the Flush House. I like this because the issue with Flush House is that your polychrome glass is your advantage, right? We can make a glass on any suit, but the polychrome is hard to work with. But if you strength some of them, now you've got polychrome Flush House, and that's huge.
And then you just need to hit the other wild too, and you've still got yourself a hand.
Mm-hmm. Now there's no retrigger gap. Hack to Dusk. He might be able to take this one.
Yeah. These are really, really clever plays from Bean here.
Mm-hmm. Without the dice, you can copy the 8-ball for just about the same odds, theoretically, and we still get the $20, so...
I think it is probably time for us to mention that turn order is going to be very important here in terms of risking glass.
That's a great point.
Right now,
Yeah.
being way ahead in that department to the point where Zaino's just going to have to let it rip.
Mm-hmm. B might wait to see... I guess he has full draws, so it doesn't really matter.
Is Bean ever going to be sure enough that he beats this number without all his glass?
I don't know.
I mean, you're not really throwing full glass anyway because you need those wild cards, or at least one wild to make the flush house.
He's gonna throw away
And
his
you need
steel
it.
card.
Yeah, you need at least those 3s to also make the flush house. So
Alright.
I don't know.
Here it comes. This is a good hand. I don't even know if Bean's best beats this. What level is that flush 5?
Yeah, it's tough to say behind the scenes. I think it might be level 1 though.
Hmm.
Okay.
E15.
Okay.
Big number.
Does he beat it? Maybe if all of this was polychrome glass?
Might as well not be an idiot.
Yeah.
But
Unfortunately, one of the polychrome
yeah.
glass gets stranded. Potentially.
Foil also helps.
It does. We've seen it matter.
Here it comes.
The early
No
levels
steel card.
in full house also matter.
Yeah, being able to copy the hack because of the polychrome being on the card for more scoring rather than having to copy the... I don't know. Oh, yeah, wait.
Wow.
Oh!
Nice.
Really close.
Uh-oh, and a
Wow.
lot of glass breaks.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's dangerous for Bean.
That's really
'Cause he's
bad.
already
Holy
already having difficulty making his hand.
And with them needing to be on different suits as well, or different ranks rather. You can't just use
Exactly.
death. You need to find the specific card. That is tricky.
Yeah. That's a big swing in Zaino's favor. He kind of got ahead of that glass breakage early by just kind of playing his glass consistently. Yeah, and there's only one singular polychrome glass left for being here.
He does have a 2 and
Oh,
a
that's
3.
brutal.
Oh, right. I'm looking for clubs. And the 3 is spades.
But he does need to find like 2 deaths to make it playable. Again.
Right. And like the smear joker also adds some complications for Bean because like half of the time, as long as it's not a red card, Zaino has the well, even when it becomes a red card, if he makes enough of those red seal jacks now.
Mm-hmm. Another bloodstone. We've seen a lot this game.
Okay, so we're fully shifted back into spades for Bean, which I think makes sense with the ancient on clubs right now. That makes it the least likely hit for the PvP.
It's a tough spot now because as Bean, you want to hold on to those suit changers just in case, but you also still want to get
Right.
8-ball value.
Yeah. So I think that the suit changers have to come basically in the shop. So I think money is more important for Bean right now. We want the suit changers to come in the shop before the PvP or potentially before a skip into the PvP.
Yeah.
How many bloodstones have we seen?
A lot. Too many. Are either of you guys Bloodstone fans? We have a lot of haters out there.
I mean, I've lost too many runs due to it not cooperating without an oops all sixes.
Mm-hmm.
But I do just think that in the context of PvP, I'm even less of a Bloodstone believer, just because in order to fully maximize it, you need 2 Joker slots, and then you're still just worse than having glass, right?
Yeah. Great point. When I started playing the game, my favorite way to play was lucky cards on hearts with Bloodstone dice. The cat.
I mean,
That's so
it
fun.
does a lot. It does a lot. It's just if
It's
you're
not-
the thing, yeah, single player is a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
The thing about PvP specifically is that if your opponent's on, you know, on something different, that you're just not going to be able to close that
No.
gap.
Should we bring back the Bloodstone from the like beta patch?
What was that?
It was like,
Is
what was it? A 1 in 3 chance at X2 or something?
Mm.
Yeah, I think that was what it initially was, and then there was a brief balance change where I think it was 50-50 for 2x.
Huh.
Because it got buffed in the balance patch, I believe, and then had to be like nerfed, and this is the middle ground now.
That would be crazy. Imagine how good Bloodstone would be with Oops if it was a 1 in 3 chance for 2x. And you'd have a 60% chance for 2x. That would be pretty good.
And now we
Oh
see
my
Zaino
gosh.
swap into those jacks.
Oh.
That's going to be punishing. And there was a death. Look, I mean, Bean's glass is just back. If he gets either the necessary suit fixers or an Ancient Joker to either cooperate for him or hit a red card,
Yeah.
I think he's in a great spot to win this here.
Yeah, he got a lot of deaths from those 8-ball hits. And most of his
Yeah,
deck
I
is
think
either
Zaino-
8s or glass.
Zaino just hoping for maybe a photograph to come around. Sock and Buskin obviously a good hit, but is looking like he might have to risk some of this
Yeah.
glass here just to get out.
Uh-oh. Does this... Oh, it's a flush. Okay, we're good.
Oh,
I forgot about the
your
smeared.
Joker save. Yeah,
Whew.
I'm glad somebody's paying attention, and it was none of us in the booth. It's Zaino, which I guess is more important that he's the one paying attention here.
It's true, we get to talk about Bloodstone. He has to pay attention.
Although I'm sure Bear probably knew that he had the smeared and was
This is true.
wondering why we were freaking out.
I had no clue.
No, you're not supposed to admit that. You gotta just let it ride.
No, no clue. I was thinking too much about the how deep we're getting in the shops here. I think Zaino is just a good bit deeper, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's 14 to 8 on rerolls right now. Or 6.
What does ancient hit matters a lot because like if it
Mhm.
hits clubs, we could just get out of smeared.
Mhm. That family is so tempting. It's almost enough. That plus steal is enough to bridge the gap, but like you got to assume that your opponent like finds levers of strength here as well. So
Star card.
I think Zaino's just working really hard to get these up to jacks, all of these 10s now,
Mm-hmm.
and just praying that the photograph shows up.
It is a
'Cause I
common.
do think that we now have, this if he uses the strength here, that'll be 5 red seal jacks. So that gives him sock. That's
Yeah,
dangerous. That's
a lot
not,
more outs from the polychrome deficit.
There we go. Yeah.
Now, being in the last shop, seeing everything Zaino just saw.
Right.
Finally,
This
again,
is
not gonna do it.
he was halfway through the shops that I think Zaino had seen, despite
Mhm.
being a full shop ahead of him. That's that's the power of this golden ticket.
Yeah, Ticket, I think, is one of the jokers we've seen only utilized sometimes. I believe you, Ruffle, had a game with it where the money totals went insane. And I feel like in the multiplayer community, it's actually been nerfed, specifically because forcing it every single game was too strong.
Yeah. Yeah, and we do see Bean picks up the spade hit
Yeah,
on the Ancient Joker. That's a big deal because that's going to mean that Zaino has to hang on to this this Ancient Joker. So the only flex spot is that golden ticket that's giving him the
Mhm.
big advantage right now.
Yeah, and that gets tough because you have to ask yourself, you need to win this PvP, but even if you win this PvP, are you going to win the next one without your golden ticket? It's hard to say without that econ.
Okay. So Zaino just praying that we find...
Something.
I think it's got to be exactly Photograph at this point. Well, Photograph, Sock, and Buskin would
Mhm.
be ways back in this. But again, you have that painful decision to part ways with the golden ticket because of the Ancient whiff here. So Zaino's definitely got a lot of outs to get back in it for this PvP, and then it's just kind of back to Ancient rules for next PvP if Zaino's able to make it that far, which isn't the worst spot to be. So the shop is incredibly important here.
$137. He's already
Sees the spades.
5 rolls past Bean.
Baron is not it. There's only one king. It's a red seal, but that's worse than the family.
Well, just like it's a cool Joker though. So
Zaino literally has the word king on a balloon behind him right now.
this is true.
It must be a sign.
The universe is telling him.
Ticket.
Yeah, Bean has exactly the cards that he needs to make his hand right now.
Yes.
So does Zaino, to be fair.
Oh,
Oh,
no
man.
way!
Oh.
No way!
It was the rare block. I almost made a joke about how you pick up the Baron for a
There's
rare
the
block,
mime.
and it happened. Giga punished though because he could have gotten the mime to go along with it for the Baron mime combo.
Think about it.
Unbelievable.
It was a high card seed all
Wow.
along. I knew it.
It's
Yeah, I do
balloon
think-
diff. I'm telling
Balloon
you.
diff.
I do think as Zaino right now, you gotta show some restraint on these rerolls. I know it's the last, right before the PvP, but
Oh
you don't
my
have anything that you can
gosh.
sell here, and you need that you need that money to roll for something to replace
Hello.
the Ancient Joker if you hit clubs.
Yeah,
This is nerve-wracking, man.
it is nerve wracking.
All the
Holy
cards
cow.
gotta cooperate, and it's so spooky.
It always is.
I don't
Another
believe
death?
you. That's a Lagoon. There's no way on a banded deck that you need.
And it's really
Well,
what we're seeing
the
here.
Joker's
You're that
You
worried.
know,
not
obviously
up to
unlucky
me.
for Bean that it hit, but like Bean rolled a lot in these shops and was still 12 shops behind Zaino.
Yeah.
Like that golden ticket. Again, there's a reason why people don't like it in multiplayer.
Mm-hmm. And now it won't even be a factor next blind if Bean loses this.
That's actually kind of a
There's
bummer.
also the concern, I mean, it applies to both of these players. Again, each of them only have exactly enough cards to make their hand.
Mm-hmm. But with 30 cards in the
Bean-
deck, Recyclomancy.
Right. This death is incredibly important for Bean here because that gives him a buffer that Zaino simply doesn't have at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
So because it's inevitably going to next round,
I think
having that
so.
one extra card, it gives you a little bit of of a buffer against the glass breaking here. Gold Seal getting good value for Zaino though. And I do think we need to, I think this purple could give the death. Which is a big deal having gotten that Fool as well.
Yeah.
Unless
It's so
Bean
tense.
just picked it up from earlier that Zaino had already used.
But he might
I'll be
want
over
to
it.
just hold
Could be
on to
very
the steal
tense with the math too.
with how close
Yeah.
it was last time, just a 5x.
I think that's totally fair. But
Here we go.
I want to say it's like that, but I don't know.
I think he's right.
I
There's
don't
no
think
way of
they're
knowing
like.
because,
I think this is the first time
once
all
again-
season I have no idea how you would do the math.
turn order a factor.
I did it while I was waiting for you. I think I got there.
That's smart.
But the math gets a little bit more complicated when you added another copy.
it also gets. I mean, to be fair, it's a little more complicated for Bean with the polychrome as well, but he already knows what it is from
I
last
think
ante.
this has to be it. There's no world where it's something else.
Yeah, very lucky that Bean has turn order here. Being able to be up this glass is going to be so huge for Last Life.
Being up the glass and also like not giving Zaino permission to discard the steal. He might know that he's able to beat it pretty cleanly if Bean puts up the same score as last time. He knows he's up the brainstorm, and so he would know that he doesn't need that steal.
Have you gotten a single faceless Brock?
And being able to like have the glass and not have to worry about making it could mean that you could hold Fool and a suit changing Joker up top to make Ancient hit in the last PvP.
You know what? As usual, So Stupid making a very intelligent assessment that the brainstorm is basically just replacing the polychrome.
Yeah, 1.5x.
So the difference here could very well be the steal, and could be a matter of hand levels. Which
Flush 5 is 30.
Oh my god!
Flush House is 42. Both have 2 steal
This
in
is
hand.
going to be so close.
With that in
Alright,
mind,
Wait.
with that in mind, I think Bean gets there. I think he
could
wins
win.
by the smallest fraction of an amount. This
no
is unreal.
way.
You sure? Wait, let me make sure. Don't care about that.
It is
done there.
it's 2 levels difference.
All right.
No way. Does Bean ship it?
And
And he
one
might not
Bean
think that
steal.
it wins.
No, they both got 2 steal. They both got 2 steal. It is just the hand levels.
Takes a minute. I guess when you copy that
That's
one.
No.
crazy
I was gonna ship it, and then I questioned myself. I was like, wait,
Unbelievable.
there's a
You
type
gotta-
of thing I didn't.
You don't want to pull a vagabond. I get it.
I didn't think
Rest in
about
peace.
doing that instead, which would be.
Triple copying, but that can't be better with the glass.
No, that doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I think he's maybe.
Yeah, wait, I
considering-
just did that math. No, that was the
or he
thing I was
didn't
to beat.
consider the Chad in his copying.
Yeah, okay, never mind. We're good. Yeah. Good game. I think you probably have me.
This may be
And
the
I know
closest
why.
game
my
we've
gosh.
Very slim
Bean-
spark.
we've
Bean
ever
might
seen.
not
Zaino's
even
actually
play it.
getting way
Well,
more
actually, I guess there's two
chips
things
that
I
might
could
make
be
a difference
doing.
here too.
Oh, here. I still got
Just
a
from the
Joker that's
jacks.
not doing much.
That is
That's
true.
true,
That is.
but yeah, the chips. It's a good point. E19. Oh gosh.
Does this scare Bean off though?
I don't.
Yeah,
love
I think it might.
that. But if I ship it, I mean, I have to ship it.
You have to try. Oh my gosh. Is it because Bean also starts with more chips because of the higher level, but not
Right.
600 is what Zaino was at. Oh my gosh. 14, 15, 16.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. Wow.
Point
I'm
0.06?
1.06, Zaino.
Wow.
Oh wow, nice.
1.06.
What?
Unbelievable.
Polychrome low cards.
Dust.
Oh.
That's the blue
You
seal
went
difference
face
right there.
cards.
You know, Bean made that play very
Yeah.
early on to take those.
Damn, there's so many hacks.
those blue seals.
That's really like not lucky. Did you aura?
Wow.
You got an aura polychrome again?
No, it was.
That's a
it was
single hand
polychrome
level,
ace in
I
the
mean,
pack.
damn.
I held the deja vu to throw it on that.
Oh yes. Wait, that's
Wow.
That's, yeah, I maybe I did it. I think the. No, I maybe
Down
just missed that
a
play.
copy Joker
I would have
again.
to look back if that was an
He
option. I
won
just didn't
all
think
3
about it.
8-ball games.
I think
Yeah.
I deja vued to 10
is
very quickly because I got a death right away,
an
but maybe I think
outrageously
the order
small
might have been
margin.
I still could have checked the pack. I'm not positive. But basically because of that death, I know I played it quickly to the 10 just immediately.
What's your score right now?
1.03.
That
Oh my
is
gosh.
the closest PvP
It's
I've ever had.
0.03.
Yeah, if there was a chariot in that
That is
shop, I guess I could have rolled a
unreal.
bit deeper.
If-
I was
if
looking for that
Zaino-
too.
This is a crazy line, but if he would have discarded the purple seal, it would have given him a death. He could have death fooled a chariot and had 1 extra chariot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There-
You
I mean-
can't,
No,
you
it's
can't
no.
know.
It-
Flush
it's
five,
an
I just
absurd
moved
play to
to
make.
Jack.
I don't even know if necessarily that death
like
came
literally
from the purple.
just moved
That's
to Jack,
true.
'cause I was
Also-
like, obviously I want
Also,
Sock to
just
be an out.
it's 1 level, right? Like,
Yeah.
Bean has a 2-level
yeah,
advantage, but
that's-
because like Bear said, the chips
Yeah, I
matter.
feel
Oh
like
wait,
I
you got a
placed my red
brainstorm.
I mean,
I
if-
didn't even
small.
notice. Do you
If
get
Zaino's
yeah.
strength, his holographic 10, Mm-hmm.
It had a hollow
Oh.
jack. That could have been the difference.
That could have been the difference
I
as
think
well.
I think the level, it was a level.
But how
I
can
mean,
you know
Polychrome
that?
is
I
just
also didn't
playing
You're in the
Brainstorm on
blind.
Lightning, yeah.
You simply can't.
No.
I didn't take
It's
the
just
blue
the way
seal
that the
because I
draws
wanted
panned out.
the
You
gold
don't.
seal value.
You normally don't
Yeah, the
care
gold seal
and
8,
then
that
there
was
was so
very
much
tempting.
money.
But because we were, I decided
about holographic
to do
in
that.
when you're scoring this
I
high.
also-
right?
the
It usually
other part of
does,
this
simply
was-
does not matter.
My thought process was
But-
we're on a lowest stake, so it
Here,
matters
like,
less because
In hindsight, yeah, here it was maybe the difference, but like that is
Yeah, you can never play expecting those margins to matter.
Oh.
right.
Joker that just completely counters it, and we just didn't run into it this game.
I mean, yeah, I was just like
Incredibly
barely
well played
punished 'cause I saw
throughout by
family,
both
which
of those.
would've been
But we
4x
are getting a
there, but-
repeat of
Yeah,
last season.
I
with
couldn't
the
grab the family
Yeah.
because of
Doc
smeared.
and Bean
It
finals.
didn't hit clubs.
Wow.
Yes, back
It
to
hit
back.
Thank you,
Clubs
Joss,
trying to
speed
defend the
for the
title.
Gifted sub.
I mean,
Thank you very much. That's
yeah,
so
you
nice.
would
Thank
have
you.
the family.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's okay.
A repeat.
Damn.
Bean
Very
did
close.
say, he said the most cinema thing, according to him, would be if he went to finals against Doc and Doc won. He's been having that in the back of his mind.
I mean, Bean's been involved from the start with the
All right, now
scripting
let's
of
see
this
what guesses
season.
think.
I mean, he gets
Mhm.
that
It's been an interesting watch.
privilege as the returning champion. So
So, yeah.
he knows better than
I
anyone else
wasn't-
privilege
how-
as the
did I-
returning champion. So
Did I
he
throw that
knows
game?
better than
I
anyone else.
because I've been up a
No.
brainstorm for so long, right? Or was
You?
it just now?
No. Last ante.
Oh, okay. Never mind. That
What?
was blueprint we had before. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
For a
Oh, you
second
found
there, I was like,
brainstorm that-
what
okay.
did I do?
No, you had it.
No,
It
I
was
just-
literally, it was just 2 levels.
Yes.
It-
Not
the-
even 2 levels because I think 1 level.
One level,
probably
yeah,
makes
with the
up ground.
chips. Because Zaino was playing face cards, which are 10 chips. Bean was playing lower cards. So, like, one level from Zaino would have done it.
I could have cracked the fool, I guess, on a Ares card. Wasn't thinking
Yeah.
about that.
You can't know.
I mean, you
Insane.
can't expect.
You had to
margins
play
that small,
first,
though.
too. Yeah.
No. It's all good.
Did you guys think
I'm
there was
just
any chance
Good.
I had that?
Well,
I didn't
the-
think I had E19 to be honest, but I had to ship it for my mental.
I didn't think so until somebody said the brainstorm is just the polychrome. It's
Polychrome,
copying
yeah.
the ancient, yeah. So once we realized that, then we started counting steel, levels, chips, and we were like, wait a minute.
Yeah. The absurd thing is you both had the same number of steel in hand, which is the same number of steel in deck. So like, there was nothing that could have made it closer like than
my
than
gosh.
that. That's about as close as you can get.
I'm curious. So, do you guys remember what I did? Did I fuck up the red seal? Like, I
No.
remember
No.
there's a reason I
You-
played it super quickly.
You had the red seal in inventory, and you just chose the purple seal
Yeah.
7 instead of a polychrome ace.
Right.
I believe.
Yeah.
I think you just-
That's a
I
Yeah,
think
mistake.
you
you're
just-
right.
I think you just committed to face cards earlier.
Yeah. Which I think it still works out. A photo counters out to polychrome. So I
Yeah.
guess that's probably what I was thinking at the time. No photo.
Yeah.
No photo this whole game.
No.
Wait a
That's
second.
crazy for how many
That's a little
Yeah.
crazy.
LS
So much
I
more.
mean,
this
not that
game.
it, again, I needed smeared. It didn't matter. I didn't have it.
11.
Yeah.
Place to put it.
Well, yeah, $1,100 spent though, and no photo is pretty absurd.
Yeah.
Damn, you had me on econ by far this game. What was he doing econ wise?
Golden ticket.
So this is
Ah.
the play that actually gave Zaino probably an advantage early on. Is he opted? There was a strength on a 6 and a 7 that you used to make 8s and or a 5 and a 7 that you used to make with the 6 cents and the 8 ball.
Yeah.
Zaino opted for a devil card instead, and that got him a golden ticket.
Damn.
And
I
copying
literally
it with
said
the
it. I
Chad.
said it out loud. I said, this is so we can spawn golden ticket out of the riffraff. Which, it was in shop, but still.
I mean, he was getting $24 a card when he played that.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. I couldn't roll in the one. Well, again, I keep saying this, but I needed spirit.
You have a dusk and a brainstorm. I think your money got you something.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
No, I should have. Yeah. For the first time, usually I argue people aren't partial enough to face cards on abandoned deck, but it definitely came back to bite me here.
I think the only reason, I mean, that hat could have just as easily been a sock, and you would have been the one
Yeah.
getting rewarded for it. So like, you can't really
True.
predict it in the
Well,
moment.
Yeah, that's true. And there was 3 hacks. It wasn't one. It was Third row. I wonder if no, that wouldn't have mattered either. I was thinking about the Bloodstone oops stuff that I saw, but
No.
Too many
that
Joker
doesn't
slots.
either. All right, well, now I get a cast tomorrow.
Me and Doc again, huh?
I mean, what were you saying,
Yeah.
Bean, would be
Yeah.
the most cinema ending? I think you were saying something earlier about you and Doc being in the finals. Who won in that head cannon there?
Doc taking it
Mm.
is the cinema line, but
Being
Do
just
we-
3-0 him again.
I gotta go
that's
back
fine.
to back.
You got to stop spoiling the script, though. What are we doing here?
Should I need to know. Did the bottom deck matter in the first game? In the first PvP?
Well, it's
First
impossible.
cast.
Yeah, I mean, because it like a lot of things happen downstream of that, so it's impossible to say whether it like because you would have made different decisions as a result of being up a life. So I think it's impossible to say.
Insane games. And the closest game we've seen this season so far, 0.03 at E19 is crazy.
Yeah, that is
Very entertaining.
crazy, especially considering like how different our builds are right now.
Mm-hmm.
You still have an 8-ball.
He does. He had a
Hold on.
I
wait.
beat you with the 8-ball
Not-
twice, Sano.
No, I thought it was
It
three
was
times.
3
that the
times.
eight ball
You
was
just
the-
sold it
Yeah.
before the last
Every-
PvP.
Every
Ooh.
win there was an 8-ball looking back at you. That's brutal. On his birthday too. What's wrong with you, Bean?
I needed this 8-ball. I had so many breaks last PvP.
Only
Yeah.
time
Yeah.
I made the 8-ball, it didn't proc at all.
This is
Game 1,
true.
I think we counted in my chat 4 of 60 something. I don't.
But I also took that 8-ball.
Oh, okay, well, whatever.
Yeah.
We both suck. Yeah, but it would have felt good.
Alright.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Wow.
GG's to both of you.
Appreciate
Very
it.
well played matches. Get some rest, and well, I guess the folks will see both of you tomorrow with Zaino casting and Bean playing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all for casting and hanging
Of
out
course.
for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Thank
birthday.
you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Zano.
I'm gonna go
So, get my bad guy.
enjoy.
Yes.
Yeah, go celebrate.
See you all
You
later.
played well.
Bye,
GG's.
Zaino.
Yep.
GG's.
Thank you for watching on YouTube, Kolfari. We appreciate it.
All right.
Well,
Great game.
yeah, that was. Whew.
I can't believe it was that close at the end. Like I would have
Yeah.
liked Game 5, but
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
something else.
Wow.
I think that, yeah, the margins being that small, that's, I mean,
And he pulls it
it's a
off.
bummer we got robbed of a
He-
Game 5, but
But I don't
Like,
know if
ending
Game 5 could have
on-
been crazier than that ending.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this was especially like they went completely different builds, and
Mm-hmm.
like it was that close. Is like I mean that's chef's kiss, right? It's
yeah,
a great game.
yeah. You can't ask for a better way to end the semifinals. Hopefully, things will be just as dramatic in tomorrow's match.
That's
That
true. The run
I
back.
think we'll see similar, maybe deviations between Bean and Doc's decision making that could result in similarly very close scoring being put up.
I think
Yeah.
one thing Doc has been playing a lot of higher stakes this MLBA season. And last season he literally just took Bean to Ghost White over and over and over.
Right.
So that probably played a factor in the results. So in this case,
Yeah.
we'll have to see who is picking first between them.
That's a good question. I don't know how that's going to be determined because I think it might be Bean. I think
Grand
you might
finals
have,
versus
or I
Doc.
think it was going to be Bean,
It's
but I
been
think
like
the loss
6
to
months
Feinberg
since the last
might
one.
have changed that.
We get the back-to-back title. It is a
Oh,
best of
last
5
week to
tomorrow.
Feinberg.
That is
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Who is it?
Because they're both seed ones. It looks like Bean has 33 points compared to Dr. Spectre's
Yeah.
32. If
Yeah,
we
so it is
look
Bean.
at the points. All right. So Bean, I think getting counterpick against Doc is very important because Doc is just gonna hit you with a nasty gold stake game.
and do get some nice bingo brawlers footage, courtesy of the Bean raid. It's a great similar tournament in Elden Ring. You love to see it. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. Any last words before?
Oh, I do have something. If anybody is in the Zaino and MLBA Discord channel, they are doing viewer choice award submissions. It's been a super good season. Every season we keep getting bigger. There's more viewers, and that's a lot in part to you guys watching, being a part of the community, making memes, participating, that sort of stuff. So if you guys want to nominate some submissions, they got like best meme. There's some for some good casters. We got a couple great ones in the booth, best moment of the year, that sort of stuff. Doing some submissions in those can help make that a fun event as well. So participate if you have some good ideas.
Before we sign off, I want to thank both Cole and Bear for letting me barge in on this. It was great to cast with you.
Oh yeah, great to
Cole,
have you
you've
here.
been doing a great job all season, and so I was hoping for a chance to cast with you, and I'm glad I did. And Bear, you did such a phenomenal job. This was yesterday.
Thank you.
I jumped at the chance to join you in the booth, so thank you both for letting me hang out. And you can check out both of their streams at twitch.tv/BolanosBear and twitch.tv/ColeSir. Cole, are you gonna keep doing some streaming when the season ends?
When the season ends, I'm gonna. I've been prepping some stuff.
Okay,
I've been
good.
working on some stuff on my own on my own stream involving some seed searching. So I'm gonna find some good ones. Yeah, I'll keep
All right.
going.
Well, I mean, you can just conjure them out of thin air already, but I guess if you have a tool, it might make it a little easier. So go check them out, both of them out. They make great content. You've probably seen Bolanos Bear.
Oh yeah.
Giving some insightful stuff on YouTube on some niche Balatro interactions. So check them out. Thanks for hanging out, guys. And
thanks for jumping in.
12
Thanks,
a.m.
Ruffle.
Eastern, 9 p.m.
Hello, it's
Pacific,
12 a.m.
Grand Final. The
Nandra,
littlest
you're spreading
bead,
misinformation again. We
the
can't have this.
doctor spectered. Will the bead be diagnosed? Will the doc be turned into pintos? Who knows? But if you're not there, what the hell are you doing?
I was gonna say the same thing.
Good?
I don't think we could get a better hype man than Nandre. Thank you for
It's
joining.
hard.
Other than
Nandre-
you lying and tell everyone it's midnight tonight.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nandre's in the booth tomorrow. People
Figure it out.
will show up. People will
Yeah,
show up. For
actually,
the Nandre
we're
cast.
going to start the stream at midnight, and we're gonna wait 12 hours for the
Why
game.
not?
That's the
Alright,
pregame.
Good luck with that. I'm gonna be sleeping.
All right.
Ready to fumble, baby.
All right.
Who knows?
Goodbye,
See you
everyone.
guys.
There might
See you
even be
guys tomorrow.
involved.
There you go.
G fucking G's.
What'd you think, Nandre? Was it ever high card?
Listen, you know me. I sincerely believe holding a high card pivot every game is worth. I really do.
I like it.
I really do. Especially in those nutty games when you have something like that happening. I mean,
Yeah.
if you had the Mind Baron, you probably win, right?
Maybe. You were playing into Kings.
Yeah. I don't understand why we see so many people playing at Jacks over Kings, too.
It's
Why wouldn't you just... The moment you can go to Kings, I'm going to Kings.
just for more face cards.
Yeah.
Hens aren't face cards. You strength them. Now they are face cards. That's about it, I
guess.
think.
I guess. I'm a Baron Mime addict. I have a problem.
I am right there with you.
I have a problem. Well,
Although I do-
GG's, y'all.
Yes, GG's. Oh,
GG, guys.
he's gone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for casting. It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Catch you next time, Cole.
See ya. He's gone. It's just me now. Okay. Now I can say, go do that viewer choice submission and then vote for me for best caster. Oh, wait a minute. I couldn't say that in front of thousands of people, but now I can say it. Now I can say it. Now I can say it. Vote for me for president. I mean, caster. No, but there are actually a lot of cool things. And I did mean what I said. I do think that the viewers make it, and that's what makes it fun. When new people come in, there's already a community of people making memes. There's something for everybody, for the people who just want to watch the games, people who want to talk about them, people who want to make memes about them. They've got game of the season, moment of the year, meme of the year, most improved player, Caster of the Year, Participant of the Year, Submission of Participant of the Year, and what merch would you like to see in the future? A little question there for the fans. So, voting you best seed maker. Thank you, thank you. Viewers may make it, but we can only be viewers when there's casters to watch. Yes, that's true, and we try to add what we can, but the only way you get new people in is if it's easy for them to join, and when they do, they're not the one person watching. So, results are, hold on, I don't know how to exit a shared chat. Hold on, here we go. In collaboration. Bam. Sorry, Bear. The results are Bean 1, 3-1.